Satu Indonesia, or Astra's unified spirit for Indonesia, exemplifies Astra's active role and contribution in the pursuit of nurturing the people of Indonesia. It brings every commitment, venture, and work under a common framework and creates added values for the nation's progress. Throughout the years, since founded in 1957, Astra has consistently shown real contribution dedicated to move Indonesia forward. As a company, Astra has grown and today manages over 180,000 employees and over 200 subsidiaries across the archipelago. In line with one of Astra's corporate philosophy, Caturdharma values, to be an asset to the nation, Astra has an unwavered commitment to social contributions for Indonesia. The company's endeavors in this regard are designed to be effective and robustly structured, identifying 4 pillars of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat, Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas, Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, and Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Supported by 9 foundations under the company, Astra makes it a conscious effort to take an active part in and dedicating its ideas and work to the nation for a prosperous and dignified Indonesia. Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. The well-being of a nation lies on the well-being of its future generations. To ensure it can be achieved, the health of mothers and children are a priority of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. Astra is committed to protect and improve their health as they form healthy communities and societies. In turn, Astra believes they determine the quality of our overall well-being. Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas. Greater access to and improved quality of education and vocational skills open the doors to better life quality. Astra is therefore committed to shaping smart, self-reliant generations. Astra works to tap into the knowledge and skills of Indonesia's human capital. As education in Indonesia is important for Astra, Astra ensures that Indonesian children can benefit from quality education as a tool for them to transform their lives for the better. Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau. A healthy and clean environment are essential for us to move forward in life. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, Astra acts upon its commitment to creating a healthy, safe, and sustainable environment. With global warming presenting real threats to our planet's survival, Astra is actively involved in various programs for a greener Earth as part of its contribution to improving the quality of our environment. Our planet and the future await us and the millions of other beings on Earth. Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif, Astra is on the ground working alongside communities to improve their prosperity by helping and facilitating small and medium businesses all over Indonesia. Astra provides training, coaching, funding, and equipment suited to the needs of the beneficiaries with one goal in mind: raising the nation's prosperity by creating excellent human capital and decent jobs. 133 Kampung Berseri Astra across 34 provinces focus on the development of villages based on 4 pillars, which include entrepreneurship, health, education, and environment. Kampung Berseri Astra continues to be developed based on the numbers and concepts towards Desa Sejahtera Astra. Satu Indonesia Awards. Satu Indonesia Awards is a form of appreciation towards the Indonesian youth who have the initiatives and idealism to share and create benefits for the communities. The awards have 5 main focuses, which include health, education, environment, entrepreneurship, and technology. Since March 2020 until today, Astra, through Nurani Astra, maintains its commitment to help the government, frontline health workers, and the community in facing the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. To be an asset to the nation, Astra continues to embrace and work towards realizing Indonesia's dreams and to achieve sustainable growth, because your smile and the smile of the people are the smile of Astra, the smile of Indonesia. We are united, and together we shall achieve triumph as we walk towards an advanced and prosperous Indonesia. Astra, prosper with the nation.
Memberikan energi dapat diwujudkan dalam berbagai aspek dalam kehidupan kita. Melaju cepat, dinamis, dan relevan sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman. Memberikan energi untuk masa depan Indonesia yang berkelanjutan.
Ya, keberlanjutan itu sangat penting sekali ya buat Indika Energi ya. Dan itu mencakup bukan hanya di operasional kegiatan usaha yang saat ini saja, tetapi juga untuk pengembangan bisnis di masa mendatang gitu ya. Dan kita juga sudah berkomitmen untuk mencapai net carbon atau net zero emission sebelum 2050. Ya, sektor industri kendaraan berbasis listrik itu menjadi salah satu sektor penting di dalam strategi diversifikasinya Indika Energi. Ya, dan kita ingin berpartisipasi di dalam pengembangan ekosistem kendaraan listrik ini, baik itu dari hulu maupun sampai ke hilir. Ya, kami ingin pula berpartisipasi di dalam pengembangan pembangkit listrik tenaga surya. Ya, terutama untuk sektor komersial, industrial, dan tentu saja untuk sektor utilitas. Ya. Kami yakin bahwa tenaga surya ini akan menjadi suatu solusi yang berkelanjutan, aman, serta kompetitif.
Dengan eksistensi selama 5 dekade di bidang energi dan pertambangan, Indika Energi melakukan diversifikasi bisnis ke berbagai sektor dengan mengutamakan prinsip berkelanjutan.
Ya, Indika Energi ingin berpartisipasi di dalam pengembangan solusi berbasis alam. Energi biomas, kehutanan energi, agroforestry, ya, ataupun konservasi ekosistem dan juga pengembangan masyarakat. Iya, ada beberapa provinsi di mana kami berinvestasi. Ya, salah satunya adalah di Sulawesi Selatan, di mana kami berinvestasi di pertambangan emas, yang merupakan salah satu pertambangan non batubara, di mana merupakan bagian daripada diversifikasi kami.
Indika Energi terus berkontribusi mewujudkan Indonesia maju, kuat, dan sejahtera. Memberikan energi untuk masa depan Indonesia yang berkelanjutan.
Inspired by the everlasting golden rays of the sun, which gives light and life, Eka Jipta Wijaya began his business, now known as Sinar Mas, in the city of Makassar in 1938. Fueled by the founder's passion and indomitable spirit, Sinar Mas has now flourished into 7 main pillars of business that provide products and services to cater to daily necessities. First, Asia Pulp and Paper. Paper has become an integral part of daily life, from stationery to food packaging. To cater to this demand, Asia Pulp and Paper, Sinar Mas or APP, Sinar Mas, produces paper pulp, paper, tissue and plastic packaging, with sales to over 150 countries, while applying principles of sustainable forest management. Second, agribusiness and food. To cater to the demand for high-quality food and nutrition, Sinar Mas Agribusiness and Food has successfully produced high-quality palm oil derivatives. Sinar Mas, through Golden Agri Resources, operates integrated palm oil estates, which focus on sustainable production of palm oil, while increasing production of high value-added goods.
Welcome to all of our distinguished guests. Thank you for joining us for today's B20 site event, the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force Collective Actions in Alleviating Integrated Risks. We would like to inform you, please enjoy the welcoming coffee and tea and also the snack at the foyer area. For those of you who are attending this event virtually, We recommend that you can use your headphones for better sound quality. And for those of you who have arrived in this ballroom, please take your seats as we will begin our event shortly.
Activities are part and parcel of our everyday lives. Sinar Mas, through Sinar Mas Financial Services, provides various services which include insurance, securities, multi-finance, banking, and other services to provide integrated solutions for the community. Fifth, communication and technology. Likewise, communication has become an indispensable part of everyday life. In the telecommunications sector, SmartFriend has emerged as the leading provider for telecommunications services, including cellular data. Furthermore, the arrival of My Republic has enhanced its offering with the provision of triple play services. In line with rapid technological advancement and digital transformation, Sinar Mas is steadfast in pursuing innovation and has spread its wings in the digital sector. Sinar Mas believes that technology innovation will play a critical role in shaping the future. Sixth, energy and infrastructure. Energy is essential to life. For this reason, Sinar Mas Energy and Infrastructure is a business pillar engaged in electricity generation, coal mining and trading, infrastructure and multimedia. 7. Healthcare. Sinar Mas continues to strengthen its commitment in the healthcare sector. Sinar Mas believes that access to quality healthcare is the foundation of a nation's resilience. In addition, Sinar Mas is dedicated to strengthening education initiatives so that the quality of skilled human resources can be improved. Through various social initiatives, Sinar Mas also endeavors to support the welfare of the community to build a better Indonesia. Every single one of Sinar Mas's business enterprises is established as an independent entity based on the same values and history, and as a brand, Sinar Mas is managed by the President Office, which bridges communication within the business pillars of Sinar Mas, as well as with external parties. Based on integrity, positive attitude, commitment, continuous improvement, innovative and loyal, Sinar Mas continues to grow, both on the national and global scale.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the Trans Convention Center for our site event, B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force, Collective Actions in Alleviating Integrated Risk. We would like to invite you to enter the ballroom and please take your seat as we will begin the event in a few minutes. And we also remind you about the health protocol regulations. Please always wear your mask during this event and keep the distance. All the guests and the committee have been fully vaccinated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, side event B20, Integrity and Compliance Task Force Collective Actions in Alleviating Integrated Risk will begin in a few minutes.
Measurable gains in nature and zero extreme poverty in our communities, and positioning our business for sustainable growth for the next 10 years.
anak saya.
Mau investasi, bikin pusing bukan kepala.
Aku bingung caranya, kenyamanannya.
Harus punya uang berapa,
Atau punya asuransi kalau mesti kemana.
Wema-nya dong aplikasi investasi BCA. Mulai dari 100.000 bisa langsung investasi di Wema. Tambah lengkap dengan proteksi, semua ada di Wema BCA.
The digital era continues to move as a result of technological advances and globalization. Bank Negara Indonesia is proud of having the opportunity to take part in playing active roles in paving the way for Indonesian banking in keeping with the digital era. Currently, we are moving to create a digital platform and prepare experts for acceleration in digital banking. Our Go Global concept is one of the roles in accelerating economic change for the better. With the presence of Explorer, we encourage the digitization of micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as companies in Indonesia to go international by utilizing BNI's overseas network. BNI, serving the country, the pride of the nation.
Bapak mau dikasih berapa?
Mau tahu aja.
Today, as the world prepares to move forward, businesses across the globe are looking to forge a new path, ready to use their creativity, entrepreneurial spirit, and a digital transformation to drive their nation's economies for the benefit of all. Digital platforms such as Gojek, GoPay and Tokopedia have played an important role in helping governments accelerate the digital transformation. Digitalization of MSMEs supports governments across the world as we promote global digital transformation to recover together, recover stronger.
The micro, small and medium enterprises or MSME sector plays an important role as the backbone of the national economy. Sampurna has long been committed to the development of MSMEs in Indonesia and in 2008 established the Sampurna Retail Community, SRC, to develop traditional retailers. In 2021, SRC members have reached 160,000 retailers spread across 34 provinces throughout the country. Development programs range from education and direct assistance on store and financial management, business development, distribution support for other MSME products through to digital skills training. Retailer members are also equipped with the IO SRC application to help increase MSME's competitiveness, as well as expanding their businesses and market access amidst the digital transformation era. During the pandemic, SRC members are also trained and encouraged to implement health and safety protocols. Together, we can help advance and strengthen MSMEs in Indonesia.
IFG, Indonesia Financial Group. Kami hadir untuk menjadi kekuatan baru yang ada untuk melakukan perubahan di Indonesia, dari bangsa untuk bangsa. Kami bekerja dengan skala yang besar, dengan tata kelola perusahaan dan manajemen risiko yang cermat dan seksama. Dengan kekuatan besar yang terkonsolidasi, menyatukan segala pikiran dan usaha berbagai anak perusahaan yang dari dulu selalu ada untuk Anda. Menjamin keamanan dan kesejahteraan siapapun yang ingin maju, baik di jalan, usaha, dan kehidupan. Menjaga keseimbangan finansial lewat produk keuangan dan pasar modal. Dan tentunya memberikan perlindungan kepada segenap lapisan masyarakat Indonesia. Ini adalah saatnya kami membawa setiap orang, setiap usaha, dan setiap impian untuk masing-masing punya kekuatan membangun masa depan finansial yang terbaik dan membawa kita semua untuk besar bersama. IFG, Power to Progress.
"60 years ago, a Chinese Indonesian called Mokhtar Riyadi moved to Jakarta with dreams of banking. 3 decades later, he transformed its banking landscape and laid foundations for Panin Bank, Lippo Bank, and Indonesia's now largest private bank, BCA. So he moved to real estate and used that same financial acumen to build Lippo into the largest listed property developer of the world's 4th most populous nation. Then he took on education, building schools for Indonesia's young population and creating Universitas Pelita Harapan, now with 15,000 students and ranked best in class. And as Asia boomed, next generation Riyadis helped Lippo meet Indonesia's exciting new needs. Malls for an expanding middle class, media for transparency, infrastructure for enhanced communication, banks and funds for wealth and job creation. As Indonesia gained the respect of investors far beyond its home nation, so did Lippo. Today, a Lippo Group company owns the US Bank Tower in LA and landmark properties around the globe. Lippo began as a family business with global dreams and became a global business for every stage of family life. And as it keeps growing, the principles that delivered success to Dr. Riyadi from 1954 will always be at the Lippo Group core.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to inform you, please enjoy the welcoming coffee and tea, and also the snack. And for those of you who are attending this event virtually, we recommend that you can use your headphones for better sound quality. And for those of you who have arrived in this ballroom, please take your seats as we will begin our event in a few minutes.
The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
Before we start the event, let us hear the safety protocol from the Trans Convention Center.
Welcome to the Trans Luxury Hotel Bandung, your preferred venue for every event. Nothing is more important than our safety and security. So please take a moment to pay attention to our safety and security briefing to ensure your safety and well-being during your time with us. The Trans Luxury Hotel applies an international safety standard to overcome any emergency situation that may occur during your event. Therefore, every level of this building equipped with hydrant box, sprinkler, beam detector, public address, and fire extinguisher. In case of an emergency situation, there will be further instructions over the public address system. Please listen carefully to the announcement and follow the instructions. If we are required to evacuate the building, leave the building immediately by using the nearest emergency exit door, which will lead you to the assembly area. Please take off your high heels. Do not run, do not use the elevators or escalators, do not go down to the car park, or try to re-enter the building until instructed otherwise. Stay calm and do not panic. Our team will assist you to the safe place. In regards to COVID-19 pandemic, the Trans Luxury Hotel is aligned with every policy from the government and keeps implementing the international hygiene and safety standard, as well as increasing the awareness and alertness in all aspects. Guests are required to wear face masks at all times in public area.
implement physical distancing by maintaining minimum 1 meter distance from each other, and periodically wash their hands correctly. Thank you. We hope you will have an enjoyable and wonderful experience at the Trans Luxury Hotel, Bandung.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, ladies and gentlemen, our dearest excellencies, welcome to the Trans Convention Center Bandung, the B20 site event, B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force, Collective Actions in Alleviating Integrated Risk. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, our dearest excellencies, welcome to the Trans Convention Center Bandung, the B20 site event, B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force, Collective Actions in Alleviating Integrated Risk. Please give a big round of applause for everyone here. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, allow us to extend our warmest greetings to our eminent speakers and guests, the Regional Secretary of West Java, Mr. Dr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja, Dipel SAMN, Sampurasun Bapak, thank you for your attendance. Assistant of Minister for Tax Regulation and Enforcement Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Iwan Juniardi. Deputy of Strategy and Cooperation at the Indonesian Financial Transactions Reports and Analysis Center or PPATK, Mrs. Tuti Wahyuningsi. Chair of B20 Indonesia 2022, Mrs. Sinta Wijaya Kamdani. Chair of B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force and Managing Director of PT Bank Sentral Asia TBK, Mr. Haryanto T. Budiman. Thank you for your attendance, Bapak. Sherpa of B20 Indonesia 2022, Mr. Rizal Afandi Lukman. Chairman of West Java Provincial Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or locally known as Kadin Jabar, Bapak Cucu Sutara. Sampurasun Bapak. Each one of you, distinguished guests, speakers, and moderators, and also those of you who are attending with us virtually. Allow me to first introduce myself. My name is Masayu Putri. I'm so incredibly honored and very happy to be a part of this incredible event, especially with a crowd of your caliber. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you this event has followed the COVID-19 protocol accordance with the government regulation. Everyone here, the crew, including myself, has fully vaccinated and of course has been all tested negative of COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start to our core program of the event, we would like to give you a short background of our event today. This event is initiated by the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or locally known as Kadin Indonesia, in collaboration with the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, or IAI, the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, or UNODC, and Basel Institute on Governance to raise awareness on the current issues and opportunities, drive strategic discussion, and provide real actions or examples around integrity and compliance practice. And this event later on will have 3 panel sessions where the Integrity and Compliance Task Force experts will share their thoughts and also experience on key highlights on each recommendation. And this event is also supported by our sponsors, so we would like to thank to all the sponsors of today's event. Thank you to our main sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indika Energi Tbk, Sinarbas. Our brand sponsors, April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, Bank PT Bank Negara Indonesia, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, PT Indonesia Financial Group, PT Pertamina, Indofood, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, Telkom Indonesia, PT Sawit Sumberbas Sarana Tbk. And we also extend our gratitude to our knowledge partner, Ernst & Young Indonesia, network partners, Business at OECD, Basel Institute on Governance, International Chamber of Commerce, International Federation of Accountants, the Institute of Internal Auditors, World Economic Forum, in collaboration with the Institute of Indonesian Chartered Accountants, or IAI, the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, or UNODC, Basel Institute on Governance. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start our event, let us all listen to the remarks delivered by Chair of B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force and Managing Director of PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk. With a warm of applause, please welcome Mr. Haryanto T. Budiman. Mr. Haryanto T. Budiman, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. As Chair of B20 Indonesia Integrity and Compliance Task Force, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to our distinguished speakers, panelists, and all attendees, offline as well as online. First to Dr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja, West Java Regional Secretary, Bapak Iwan Juniardi, Assistant Minister for Tax Regulation and Enforcement of the Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Tuti Wahyuningsi Imran, Deputy of Strategy and Cooperation, at the Indonesian Financial Transaction Reports and Analysis Center, or PPATK, Bapak Cucu Sutara, Chairman of Kadin West Java, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia, Bapak Rizal Fandi Lukman, Sherpa of B20 Indonesia, Mr. David Madden, Ms. Nancy Saulingse, and Mr. Statis Gold from International Federation of Accountants, Mr. Stefanus Alexander Sianturi from Ernst & Young Indonesia as knowledge partner of B20 Indonesia Integrity and Compliance Task Force, Professor Siddhartha Utama from Indonesia Chartered Accountants, Mr. Angga R. Timil Sina from UNDP, Mr. Tom Townsend from Open Ownership, Mr. Francesco Cecchi and Ms. Putri Rahayu Wijayanti from UNODC, Mr. Syahril Ramadan from Indonesian Financial Transaction Report and Analysis Center, Ms. Intan Rahayu from National Cyber and Crypto Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Amin Aminuddin from Corruption Eradication Commission, or KPK of Indonesia, Mr. Eri Riana Harjapamekas from Indonesia Collective Action Initiatives Against Corruption, Ms. Francisca Wi from Indonesia Banking Compliance Director Association, Ms. Dina Yusuf from Alliance for Integrity, Ms. Scarlett Wanenwetch from Basel Institute on Governance, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today's event, titled Collective Action in Alleviating Integrity Risks, is the last side event of B20 Indonesia Integrity and Compliance Task Force before the B20 Summit in November. Today we will discuss and focus on several collective action initiatives from local and international entities to mitigate integrity risk. Since its inception at the beginning of this year, B20 Indonesia Integrity and Compliance Task Force has been working on identifying the relevant issues and formulating policy recommendations that should be presented and prioritized by G20 countries. We conducted a comprehensive survey to our members. We then developed the draft policy recommendation, which was discussed and refined during our monthly call. We also solicited inputs from various stakeholders. We conducted a total of 34 stakeholder consultations. We have finalized our policy recommendation in 4 main areas, supported by 9 policy actions and 40 policy sub-actions in our policy paper. The first policy recommendation is about promoting sustainable governance in business to support ESG initiatives. In this day and age, when global investors deploy their investment money, besides looking at the financial metrics, they also assess whether the business and the company has been running in a sustainable way. Specifically, they would like to look at how the company or the business is addressing issues related to environment, social, and governance in its day-to-day activities. The biggest challenge, however, is that there is currently no global standard on the non-financial report that talks about companies' ESG implementation. In other words, different reports exist in different geographies. Such a standard doesn't even exist in many countries, especially in emerging markets, making comparison between companies very challenging. To address this, we have developed 2 policy actions, which are to, first, improve sustainable governance measures. Here we discuss the need for assessing the underlying sustainable governance enablers and components that are applicable for business in various sectors. And second, optimize sustainable governance compliance, disclosure, and monitoring. In this policy action, we address the integration and standardization of sustainable governance by promoting and accelerating the adoption of high-quality, globally converged and accepted sustainability reporting standard, and maximizing sustainable governance compliance monitoring and independent assurance initiatives. The second policy recommendation is about fostering collective action to alleviate integrity risk. Here we encourage optimization in the fundamental safeguards of integrity and transparency when interacting with business networks and government entities. To achieve this, a strong collaborative effort between government, business, and civil society is needed through the so-called collective action initiatives. The three policy actions related to the second recommendation are: first, cultivate and strengthen integrity through business-to-business collaboration. In this, we highlight the importance of supporting and preserving integrity-based relationships to mitigate third-party risk and ensure resilient value and supply chain networks. Second, facilitate integrity in business-to-government interactions. In this, we highlight the importance of upholding fundamental safeguards of integrity in accessing public service, even during crises or emergencies, when regulatory protocols are typically relaxed and when large-scale economic incentives to the public are provided. And third, promote inclusiveness between public-private sector entities to ensure trust, transparencies, and high standard of integrity. This action suggests promoting effective and transparent interactions between public and private sectors, including state-owned enterprises and micro, small, and medium enterprises in the enforcement of measures to mitigate integrity risks. The third policy recommendation is about fostering agility in counteract measures to combat money laundering and terrorist financing. Criminals are exploiting the COVID-19 pandemic and associated economic downturn to launder illicit funds. Current geopolitical tensions undoubtedly have made the problem worse. There are two policy actions related to the third policy recommendations. First, refocus on money laundering, terrorist financing risk. Refocus on money laundering, terrorist financing risk factors identification. This action accentuates the need to enhance the capability and efficiency of the current money laundering, terrorist financing risk threat identification, which is driven by the pandemic impact, resulting in a new hybrid working mode, significant increase in electronic or digital communications, introduction of technological innovation such as crypto and digital currency, and exacerbated geopolitical tensions. Second, improve beneficial ownership transparency. The policy action aims to improve data availability, infrastructure supports, regulatory governance, and collaborative work between parties and nations to maintain integrity in beneficial ownership transparency, while at the same time respect individual privacy expectations and rights. The fourth policy recommendation is about strengthening governance to mitigate exacerbated cybercrime risk. The COVID-19 pandemic has completely changed the way we work. Hybrid working mode is undoubtedly becoming a new normal. We are also becoming more and more interconnected through digitalization. Cyber risk, therefore, has increased exponentially. There are two policy actions related to the four recommendations. First, rectify organizational governance structure. This action talks about refining and operationalization of a governance mechanisms, structure, and resources required to better respond to any cyber attack incident. Second, extend multi-stakeholders cooperation for better cybercrime response. Addressing cybercrime risk requires massive synergistic effort amongst the relevant stakeholders, public and private sectors. As the perpetrators could come from other countries, there is a need for an international collaborative effort. Addressing integrity risks require multi-stakeholder collaboration involving government, private sectors, and also civil societies through the so-called collective action initiatives. The three key priority actions are: first, collective action between business and business. This type of collective action is intended to support and preserve integrity-based relationship in order to mitigate third-party risks to ensure resilient value chain and supply chain networks. It is well suited to build resilience in times of supply chain disruptions and harsher economic climate. It also makes fair business practices more common. Through this type of collective action, via knowledge and experience sharing, companies are in a better position to address integrity issues in business-to-business interactions. Second, collective action between business and government. Support from the government towards businesses during the pandemic is crucial to ensure economic stability and growth. During crisis, in order to save lives and save livelihood, many relaxation measures are usually put in place, increasing opportunities, actually, for bad actors to act. Integrity risk is usually escalated during crisis time. With full support from government, affected businesses can organize and establish collective action to improve the overall integrity and transparency of stakeholders, and thus make it harder for criminals to take advantage of the emergency situations. Third, collective action between public and private sectors. Integrity and transparency in both the public and private domains are keys in the fight against corruption, bribery, and extortion. Business communities, non-governmental organizations, governments, and intergovernmental organizations have to work together to strengthen public support for anti-corruption measures and to enhance transparency and public awareness of the problem of corruption. Collective action in this area helps to ensure that action by governments, businesses, and civil societies are transparent and complement each other in a meaningful way. In today's forum, we have arranged 3 panel discussions. The first panel will discuss about cultivate and strengthen integrity through business-to-business collaboration in sustainable governance. The second panel, we will talk about facilitating integrity in business-to-government interactions in anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, beneficial ownership transparency, and cybercrime. And in the last panel, we will have a conversation on building trust between public and private sector entities through collective action to increase level of integrity and transparency. Please enjoy the rest of the event, and thank you for your participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give a big round of applause again to Mr. Haryanto T. Budiman. Oke, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian yang kami hormati, apabila Bapak dan Ibu memerlukan bantuan asisten untuk mentranslate bahasa dari bahasa Inggris ke bahasa Indonesia, silakan dapat menghubungi tim kami yang berada di area FOH. So we would like to inform you, if you need assistance on the translations, we already provide with interpreter receiver, and you can contact our operator team in front of the FOH. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Moving on to our next remarks, it is an honor for me to invite the chair of B20 Indonesia 2022. Please give a warm applause to Mrs. Sinta Kamdani.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Pak Arsyad Rashid, Chairman of Kadin Indonesia, Pak Haryanto Budiman, Chair of the Task Force Integrity and Compliance B20 Indonesia, all invited speakers and attendees, good afternoon, and pleased to present my remarks on this special occasion today. Let me also begin by expressing my gratitude for the support of the Indonesian Chartered Accountants, the United Nations Development Programme, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and the Basel Institute on Governance to coordinate one of the B20 main side events on integrity and compliance to raise awareness of the importance of collective action in alleviating integrity risks as part of the 4 recommendations highlighted by B20 Integrity and Compliance, or the INC Task Force. Today's event has already showcased the joint efforts between businesses, international organizations, and also the government in pushing for better integrity standards practices, and providing real actions to ensure trust, transparency, and high standard of integrity. Fighting fraud and corruption have been the priorities of the B20 for the last 11 years. The INC Task Force, aiming to create a global business framework for compliance and integrity, was first formed in 2011 and in the G20 Cannes as a follow-up to the anti-corruption plan adopted at the G20 Seoul in 2010. Since its inception, the business community in the B20 did not want to limit ourselves to anti-corruption discussion, but also to other universal issues that affect the confidence of business actors to conduct business activities that are safe, comfortable, efficient, and competitive across national borders. Therefore, the discussion of the INC Task Force throughout the history of the B20 has not only focused on anti-corruption prevention, but also include compliance, integrity, and transparency issues, especially in relation to trade and investment transactions between countries, fraud and money laundering, and other transnational crimes. In its development, the issue of sustainability and ESG, especially in terms of governance and reporting, has become an important discussion issue for the business communities in B20, in particular because it is considered an imperative measurement to analyze the investment competitiveness in the eyes of investors. From the beginning of the B20 Indonesia presidency, we inherited many issues from the Task Force integrity and compliance, so that the discussion in the B20 become more comprehensive and added value to creating business confidence between countries. During our presidency, the task force brought 4 major proposals for the discussion that put emphasis on promoting sustainable governance, fostering collective action to alleviate integrity risks, and fostering agility in counteract measures to combat money laundering, terrorist financing risks, and strengthen governance to mitigate exacerbated cybercrime risks. Corruption in all its forms has extremely negative political, social, and economic effects. Every year, we lose around $2 trillion to corruption. In addition, according to certified fraud examiners, organizations lose 5% of revenue to fraud each year, or more than $4.7 trillion lost to fraud globally. This does not include the social costs due to increasing inequality in society and organization. These are indeed obstacles to economic development and impedes private sector-led growth, hindering economic inequality, investment, and competitiveness. In context of endemic and widespread corruption, individual action by a single company, while important, may have only a limited impact. Therefore, the fight against bribery and corruption requires effort from all sides and close collaboration between public and private sector, as well as civil society. Collective action has proven much more effective in promoting rules that companies will actively comply with at both the national and international level. This type of action is thus an important tool in advancing integrity and achieving a level playing field for all actors in the market. Beyond better economic outcomes, collective action also boosts the reputation and thus economic attractiveness of countries where such initiatives are deployed, increasing the impact and credibility of individual action, and most importantly, protecting vulnerable individual players, for example, the MSME, to fully advance in the economy. Hence, in the effort to achieve more tangible and impactful collective action to alleviate integrity risks, the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force has promoted 3 key priorities actions, such as first, cultivating and strengthening integrity through B2B collaboration, second, facilitating integrity in B2G interaction, and third, promoting inclusiveness between public-private sectors entity to ensure trust, transparency, and high standard of integrity. As the strategic theme of B20 Indonesia, committed to advance, innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth, in which fostering collective action in integrity brought by this task force has been well integrated across B20 task forces and action council. In the B20 Trade and Investment, the task force called to encourage countries to strengthen regulatory cooperation on cross-border movement of data, paying special attention to intellectual property rights, data privacy, as well as confidential business information protection to fight fraud and illicit trade. Second, the Digitalization Task Force pushes for enhancement of cybersecurity practice and increasing cross-border cooperation in cybersecurity, as well as accelerating responsible innovation for MSME. Third, the B20 Energy, Sustainability and Climate has also promoted the implementation of sustainable mining practices which enforce good governance principle to encompass principle of participation, transparency and accountability to the public and proper environmental and social impact assessment. In addition, B20 sees the role of women to bring significant contribution to organization, integrity and performance. With gender empowerment, organizations benefit from an equal working environment and are less likely to experience corruption. More than ever, gender equal organization will ultimately push to create a well-designed anti-corruption mechanism, such as creating a safe, gender-sensitive whistleblower reporting system, and hence increasing overall integrity in the organization. These priorities have been further integrated by B20 Indonesia Women in Business Action Council that focus on promoting safe and equitable workplaces. Ladies and gentlemen, this process to actualize the priorities will not stop here merely through this event. We need to continue to push and leverage action-oriented collaboration among business players, organizations, government, and civil society for the next few upcoming months. With this in mind, the B20 and G20 Summit in November will play a paramount role in shaping and encouraging concrete global partnership for integrity transformation. Most importantly, the B20 Summit that will be held on 13 and 14 of November back-to-back with the G20 Summit this year will not only play a role in shaping global cooperation but also in boosting economic competitiveness and achieving a level playing field that allows everyone to participate freely in economic activity. I cordially invite you to join our summit where we can exchange ideas and show our joint commitment to the success of inclusive and collaborative economic growth with integrity across the G20 and beyond. I appreciate everybody's attention and I look forward to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sinta Kamdani, for a very insightful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, please allow me to invite to the stage the Honorable Regional Secretary of West Java. Let us give a big round of applause to Mr. Dr. Insinyur Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja, Dipl SAMN. Bapak Iwan, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. And for the first, the Assistant of Minister for the Tax Regulation and Enforcement, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. This is my colleague, Pak Iwan. Please applause for him. And the Chair of B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force and Managing Director of PT Bank Central Asia, TBK, Mr. Haryanto, thank you very much for inviting us. And the Beauty and of Strategy and Cooperation at the Indonesian Finance Transaction Report and Analysis Center, PPATK, Ibu Tuti. And Serva of the Chair of B20 Indonesia 2022, Mrs. Sinta Kamdani, that already spoke for us. And Serva for B20 Indonesia 20 and 22, Mr. Rizal Afandi, thank you very much. And Chairman of West Java Provincial Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Pak Cucu Setara. And all speakers, moderators for today's event. I think I should tell you that this is, I think, the 4th times that I joined with the U20 titles. First is Urban 20, because I serve with the governor, Urban 20, and second is Think 20, the third is U20, and now the 4th is B20. I think all of things is 20 now. And let me introduce myself. I am Setiawan Wangsatmaja. I am the Regional Secretary of West Java Province. And on behalf of the Governor of West Java, he also conveyed some message to you, and I would like to share today in today's event. As the Serva of the Urban 20 of West Java, I would like to welcome to all distinguished speakers and participants who have already got the chance and to attend the B20 side event in person. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, Indonesia holds the G20 presidency, and this is a great honor and responsibility for Indonesia. West Java, in particular, is very grateful that proud and to be chosen as a co-chair for Urban 20 together with Special Capital Region of Jakarta. West Java is the province with the largest population in Indonesia, with a population of almost 50 million people. It closely approaches to the population of South Korea and also double population with Australia, consisting of 18 districts, 9 cities, 827 sub-districts, and also around 5,000 villages. With the spirit of the people, the innovation and collaboration, West Java will always be the leading province in Indonesia that commits to the supporting every positive global initiative for the urban issues. Urban 20, or we can also call U20, is an outreach group meeting that aims to bring urban issues to the forefront of the G20 agenda U20. This is a forum for the local government leaders of the U20 cities, including to take action on global climate and sustainable development to the national leaders. Together with the Special Capital Region of Jakarta, we have held the Urban 20 Mayors Summit and Mayors Retreat. The Urban 20 communique has been handed over by the city leaders attending in the 2022 U20 Mayor Summit to the President through the Coordinator Minister for the Economic Affairs, Airlangga Hartanto. There are 3 main issues in the Urban 20 communique, namely, first, investing in health and housing as a cornerstone to an economic and social recovery for all. The second, fostering a sustainable energy transition and equal access to sustainable mobility. And the third, providing education and training on the future of work to facilitate equitable access to the job market. As Urban 20 co-chair, our objective is to strive for a more equitable, sustainable, and resilient future, benefiting all, particularly underrepresented and vulnerable communities and minorities. That is according to our experience in Urban 20, actually. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on this agenda, through the Business 20 priority issues, there are 3 particular topics we would like to convey. First is anti-corruption, and second is corporate governance, and the third is cyber crime or digital crime. This B20 agenda will give the opportunity for both business and the G20 presidency to share opportunity, the priorities and objectives to describe and discuss the key subject that will be discussed. And the first step we must know and learn together is how to strengthen fair competition through fostering sustainable government, increasing transparency, and fighting corruption. The issue of legality and transparency are fundamental to pursuing the goals and growth and sustainability. In this regard, collaboration between the public and private sectors is equally essential. Both government and business must do their part. Corruption is a hindrance to democracy of the justice system. Therefore, as a nation striving to advance on all fronts, be it social or economic, we must ensure we abstain from all kinds of corrupt practices, and we should also be vigilant about the corruption prevailing in our society and do everything in our power to ensure a just and equal society is established. As part of strong commitment, the Indonesian government has conducted systematic efforts, such as through education, where in West Java, it has already part of a local wisdom curriculum at school, a massive public campaign, and the establishment monitoring center for prevention, or MCP, until the consistent law enforcement itself. Another issue that we will discuss today is cybercrime or digital crime. With the rapid development of technology today, digital crimes are also increasingly being carried out by irresponsible people. The purpose of corporate governance is to help build an environment of trust, transparency, and accountability necessary for fostering long-term investment, financial stability, and business integrity, thereby supporting stronger growth and more inclusive societies. Since every nation and individual has capacity to be part of the big puzzle of the solution for the global issues, we need to stand together to collaborate instead of to compete with each other. The involvement of multiple interest groups in developing and implementing anti-corruption policies and against cybercrime action by G20 countries is a must. The engagement group has the same issues as member countries to combat corruption and cybercrime consistently. Further, currently, G20 countries are committed to committing to corruption. Thus, the participation of the civil society is necessary to survive the commitment to anti-Q and digital crime. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, finally, to end my words, we are calling to all G20 members to make a strong commitment to continuing our collective dialogue, collaboration, and partnership. As we strive for a better future while continue to recognize the role of government and business in the development of the world. I would like once again express my deepest appreciation and wish all of us to prosperous life. I believe today's discussion will be a fruitful discussion to provide more ideas and information on that and how to achieve our common objective goal. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja, for a great remarks. And Mr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja told us about the importance of collaboration between public-private sector and also to increasing the fighting, the transparency, and also to fighting the corruption. Very related to one of our topics of the day. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next agenda, there will be a keynote speech. So I would like to invite Mrs. Tuti Wahyuningsi Irban as the Deputy of Strategy and Cooperation at the Indonesian Financial Transaction Reports and Analysis Center, or PPA3. Please welcome Mrs. Tuti Wahyuningsi Irban. time is yours, Mrs. Tuti.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Regional Secretary West Java Region, Pak Setiawan Setiawangsa, the Honorable Assistant Minister for Tax Regulation and Enforcement, Ministry of Finance, Pak Iwan Juniardi, the Honorable Chair of B20 Indonesia, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, the Honorable B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force Chair, Pak Haryanto T. Budiman, the Honorable Chair of Kadin West Java, Pak Cucu Sutara, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen attending the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force side event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Allow me first of all to extend warmest greeting from the Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal and Security and the Chair of National Committee of Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorist Financing, Professor Mahfud MD, who is unable to attend the session. We are privileged to be invited today, and we are commend the task force effort to further highlight the importance of the integrity and financial system supported by an effective AML-CFT regime. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has shown strong commitment in securing the integrity of financial system from money laundering and terrorist financing threat and risk since 2002 by establishing the AML-CFT regime in Indonesia. Along the way, there are many challenges. Among others, in 2001 and 2012, Indonesia was in the list of high-risk and non-cooperative countries and jurisdictions with strategic AML-CFT deficiencies. After legal framework, the law number 8/2010 and the law number 9/2013 were put in place, Indonesia has been successfully delisted. And now we are aiming high for FATF full membership, inshallah, next year. FATF membership is crucial for increasing positive outlook for Indonesian financial system and boosting confidence to Indonesian business and investment climate. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in today's borderless world, we are facing a very different situation. In the one hand, it's open up business and opportunity and innovation, but on the other hand, it increased money laundering and financing terrorist risks by all giving more rooms for the criminal to take advantage of interconnectivity among countries, jurisdiction, financial institutions, as well as the advanced technology, digital and virtual-based services, including virtual assets. Globally, estimated illicit financial flow is around 2 up to 5% of global annual GDP. Based on UNODC estimates, the illicit financial flows in developing countries more than 20% of the total trade value of developed countries. Effort, therefore, should be made to guarantee an effective AML-CFT regime using a risk-based approach in all levels based on FATF recommendation and methodology. In implementing risk-based approach, or we call it RBA, there are 5 recommendations out of 40 recommendation of FATF, they are focusing on risk identification, analysis, and evaluation. The first one, recommendation number 1, that requires identification, analysis, and understanding of ML and TF in national, sectoral, and supranational, we call it regional level, as well as the implementation of RBA to mitigate the risk. Recommendation number 15, that requires RBA supervision for virtual asset service provider and other new technologies. And then recommendation 26, that requires RBA supervision for financial institution. And then recommendation 28, that requires RBA supervision for designated non-financial businesses and profession, or we call it the FBPs, including notaries and accountants. And then recommendation 35, that requires RBA supervision has an authority to impose effective, proportional, and dissuasive sanction of reporting parties to mitigate their failure of MLF-CTF obligation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the implementation of RBA in dealing with MLF-CFT is important to set priority for resources that should be focused on mitigating the high-risk categories. Indonesia has continually conducted national risk assessment, and the latest one is the 2021 NRA. The 2021 NRA has identified some changes and new risks in money laundering, among other. In domestic scale, corruption and narcotics are the high-risk predicate crime. Corporation and individual are the high-risk actors. Politically exposed person, we call it PEPs, and state-owned and regional government-owned companies are the high-risk profile. Motor vehicle dealers, real estate, banks, and money changer are the high-risk industries. And Jakarta is the high-risk region. The second one, foreign risk inward, include fraud, corruption, transfer fund, narcotics, electronic or cyber transaction are the high-risk crime. Malaysia, Japan, Singapore, Thailand, Saudi Arabia, and UAE is the high-risk country of origin. For foreign risks outward, narcotics and corruption is the high-risk crime. Singapore, USA, India, China, Thailand, Malaysia, and Hong Kong is the high-risk countries of destination. And then the emerging threat, the practice of buying and selling, and the use of other parties' account by syndicate. The illegal use of e-commerce in proceed of crime transaction, and the unlicensed financial technology peer-to-peer lending. The 2021 NRA is identified some changes and new risks in terrorist financing, among other crowdfunding method, financing from private sponsor and terrorist financer and fundraiser, abuse in NPO crowdfunding, legal business entities, and in fund transfers method are cross-border cash carry and new payment method, and fund disbursement method including purchase of weapon and explosive material, training, the use of weapon and explosive material, and travel expense from and to location of terrorist act. The regional risk assessment conducted in Asian countries plus Australia and New Zealand in 2019 identified transnational money laundering threat in pursuit of crimes. The RRA identified domestic PEPs is the most high-risk threat profile, and banking is the high-risk sector. The RRA also concludes that abuse of function and embezzlement of or misappropriation in the high-risk corruption typologies. Maintaining the integrity of reporting parties has always been in our top agenda. Since 2021, PPATK has initiated and developed financial integrity rating, we call it FIR, as micro-assessment instrument to measure the integrity of all reporting parties. FIR also assesses the effectiveness of MLF-CFT policies that focus on reporting performances. Aggregate results for FIR for all reporting parties in 2021 is in good rating. FIR in 2022 expand the reporting parties to cooperative, filter asset service provider, and also designated non-financial business and profession. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there is indeed our collective responsibility, public and private, to strengthen the integrity of our financial system. May I share with you some of crucial issues before us. On transparency, there is a need to accelerate and set up mechanism to increase the beneficial ownership declaration. On legal infrastructure, there is a need to put in place regulation on cartel currency restriction and asset confiscation. As highlighted by our president, cybercrime is indeed the most crucial problem that we have to tackle. On that note, I would like to conclude my remark and invite all AML-CFT stakeholders, both public and private, both foreign and local, to join forces, strengthen our integrity of our financial system by setting priority to rigorously implement risk-based approach in AML-CFT regime with the spirit of G20, recover stronger, recover together, recover stronger. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Mrs. Tuti, for the keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have another insightful keynote speech from Assistance of Minister for Tax Regulation and Enforcement Ministry of Finance. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Iwan Juniade. Mr. Iwan, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat, salam. Excellencies, my senior, Kang Setiawan Wangsaat Maja, good afternoon. Ibu Tuti Wahyuningsi from PPATK, Pak Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Pak Haryanto Budiman, Pak Rizal Afandi, Pak Kang Cucu Sutara, distinguished guests, B20 members, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Minister of Finance, I would like to thank Mr. Haryanto Budiman, Chair of B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force, for this invitation to this task force. And the Minister of Finance conveys her regrets that she cannot join this important event, and he's asked me to deliver the keynote speech on her behalf. As we know that COVID-19 pandemic has brought really hard times for all countries. Various economics indicators show that the pandemic is causing real and severe damage to the global economy. But the indicators are not just figures on a screen. They tell a story. And the story they tell is about real people facing real challenges, poor people who slide deeper into poverty, workers who lost their jobs, young people who cannot find jobs, children who lost their education, and small businesses owners who are forced to close their business permanently. As a result, global economic growth has stalled, and now as the pandemic winds down, we are entering uncharted territories with growing risks of further economic slowdowns and the clear and present dangers of climate change. How are we going to navigate these challenges? One thing is clear: we need to work together. Collaborations and cooperations are more important now more than ever before. This forum, the B20 Forum, is a manifestation of such collaborations. Public and private sectors are complementary, not adversary. Governments and businesses exist for no other purpose than to serve the society. Toward this end, we join hands and work together. Working together does not mean we don't have differences, but it means that we are partners working for our common interest. In other words, to paraphrase a well-known wisdom, we work with malice toward none and with goodwill for all. For such collaboration to flourish, we need the foundational value of integrity. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, talking about integrity risk, business entities are exposed to potential integrity risks every day, which makes them vulnerable for facilitating cybercrime, fraud, bribery, corruption, conflict of interest, tax evasion, money laundering, financing of terrorism, or reputational risk. Therefore, those institutions need to have an adequate environment to support them in dealing with these risks. As we know that one of the business entities which is vulnerable to this risk is micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs. Experience during crisis show that MSMEs has played an important role in developing productive, diversified, and resilient economies. According to World Bank research, MSMEs' role in job creation and creating economic value is critical, since they provide up to 70% of all jobs and contribute about 40% of gross national income in emerging economies. However, due to limited financial and human resources, their compliance efforts are often limited. Informality, which is described by the World Bank as economic activities conducted outside of official rules and regulations, also presents significant challenges to responsible business conduct and countries' overall economic development. The cost of complying with relevant laws and regulation and time spent dealing with bureaucracy often present a deterrent for MSMEs seeking to conduct business ethically and formally. Therefore, we need to help them by creating a mechanism that creates incentives for those who comply with laws and requirements. The government has established several provisions and procedures to protect MSMEs from practices that pose integrity and reputational risks. In the case of providing credit programs for small businesses, the first step is the prevention through the use of information system to prevent direct contact, separate approval functions, compile business profiles, and calculate credit plafond based on the business profile automatically. One example of this application is that the government will provide a larger loan plafond to MSMEs that already have the tax identification number, or NPWP, and has been operating for more than a certain time to ensure business continuity. The second step is to impose sanctions as a form of law enforcement against credit dealers who do not comply to the rules in assessing and providing credit. Hopefully, these small steps can help to provide greater benefits to companies that comply with the provisions that those that do not. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, I would also remind all of us that our biggest threat for integrity is corruption. We know that corruption is like an illness that chips away at the health of a society. It is so often subtle and yet enormous in its damaging effects. It corrodes the trust of citizens towards government and authorities. It might even destabilize a society, and it certainly promotes inequality and unfairness. Therefore, if we have a common purpose, we also have a common enemy, that is corruption. While corruption is most manifest in power circle, a powerful temptation for public officials and business leaders, it is something that can lure at varying degrees to all of us, whatever station we have in this life. Therefore, we must all be aware. We must be aware of our boundaries, not just legal boundaries, what is legal and what is not, but what is good and what is bad, what promotes and what destroys our common aspiration. The best way to face this common enemy is, again, with a common resolve. Resolve not to tolerate, not to allow, not to make corruption as a normal practice. To fight this giant monster of corruption, we need to hold our hands together. Government cannot do it by itself, nor can the private sector and civil society. A united stance is required, and therefore a collective action, as acknowledged by the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force, is a major step forward in our fight against corruption. A major component of the collective action is preventing corruption. On a personal level, corruption prevention means we are ready to be accountable, not simply legalistic accountability, show on reports and audit results, but a deeper awareness that we are steward and resources entrusted to us by our stakeholders. This must show in our everyday conduct. This must be our default norm whenever we make a decision, whether small or large. And to be accountable, we also need to be competent. Provisional incompetence costs businesses and societies. In public sector, private sector, civil society and academia, we must strive to improve our skill and expand our capabilities to serve our stakeholders even better, building and maintaining their trust on us. High competence must be coupled with strong ethics. Strong personal and professional ethics are vital to build defenses against corruption. Decisions are made not just based on what is in it for ourselves, but whether it is proper or not proper. Ethics and values must guard our decisions. They must be part of our DNA, so that integrity and accountability will not be empty words, but a way of life for all of us. And as leaders and managers, part of our duty is to be a real role model for the people that we lead. People, quite naturally, look up to their leaders. So, what kind of leaders are we? Accountability, competency, and ethics enable us to guide and lead our institutions. We must never forget that the position and office we occupy now is a transitory nature, but decisions we make daily affect hundreds, thousands, even millions of people. Leaders with the right skill set are rare. The rarer still are the leaders who lead with integrity. As leaders, we must strive to create a culture of trust, integrity, honesty, and transparency. People should be empowered to achieve goals without compromising their integrity and professionalism. Moreover, We must also understand the factors and opportunities that give rise to corruption. Our organization's goal, structures, even incentive system must be designed in such a way that align with our core values, of which integrity is at the center. In other words, we want to achieve compliance and integrity by design. So, leaders must walk the talk and lead with integrity, build a culture of integrity, and help the people they lead to work with integrity. Today, we live in a digital world, and thus digital technology increasingly plays an important role in most aspects of our lives. Technology such as the metaverse and cryptocurrency provides new avenues for criminal activities like corruption and money laundering. On the other hand, these developments can also be used as tools to aid governments, businesses, civil society, media, and academia to prevent, detect, and together defeat corruption. Big data, artificial intelligence, and machine learning technology, for example, can be and have been used to increase transparency, deter fraudulent practices, prevent corruption in public procurement, and detect money laundering. To sustain anti-corruption commitment, we need to band together, share our experience, and learn from each other. B20 and collective action forums provide the opportunities for sharing expertise and best practices. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Indonesia is committed to preventing and eradicating corruption in all its forms and disguises. And we are pleased to witness such commitments from like-minded leaders who are present in this room and online. Therefore, our gratitude and appreciation to the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force for hosting this meeting, and to Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, United Nations Development Program, United Nations Office of Drug and Crime, and Basel Institute on Governance, and other partners for their support to this event. To all speakers and participants, let us remind ourselves that we are all partners, friends, working together on the foundation of integrity. Let us continue to learn, support, encourage, and help each other in the spirit of trust and collaboration. I wish you all a very fruitful meeting and discussion. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Bapak Iwan. Please remain to stay on the stage, Bapak, because we will take a photo group session. So we would like to invite all excellencies to stand in front of the stage for a group photo session together. And we would like to invite Mr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja, Mrs. Tuti Wahyuningsi, Mr. Cucu Sutara, Mr. Rizal Afandi Lukman, Mr. Haryanto T. Budiman, Mr. Siddhartha Utama, Mr. Syahril Ramadan, and next we would like to invite Mrs. Putri Rahayu Wijayanti, Mr. Francisco Chechi, and we also would like to invite Mr. Stefanus Alexander Sianturi, Mrs. Dina Yusuf, to join on the stage with Mr. Iwan Juniardi. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a group photo session, and together let us capture these great moments. Please show us your best smile. Okay. Oh, Jabar juara. Okay. One more time, please show us your best smile. Mr. Tom Townsend would like to invite Mr. Tom Townsend to join on the stage. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please show us your best smile. Okay, from 3, 2, 1. Together, let us capture this great moment together of B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force. Jabar juara again, okay. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may return to your seat. But for Pak Rizal, Pak Iwan, Bu Tuti, Pak Haryanto, Pak Setiawan, Pak Cucu, please stay remain on the stage because we will take another photo session too. Pak Cucu, Pak Iwan. Okay, once again, Bapak dan Ibu, please show us your best smile. Okay. Boleh berikan yang terbaik senyumnya. Teman-teman fotografer boleh jabar juara again, okay? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please give big a round of applause for our excellencies today. Thank you so much. Bapak dan Ibu, you may return to your seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our dearest excellencies, we are very close to starting our panel session, but before we begin the first panel, today's event wouldn't be possible without your support of our generous sponsors. So please join me to giving an applause for our sponsor. Please give a big round of applause for our sponsors of today. Thank you to our main sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indica Energy Tbk, Sinarbas. Our brand sponsors, April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, PT Indonesia Financial Group, PT Pertamina, Indofood, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, Telkom Indonesia, PT Sawit Supermas, Sarana Tbk. And also to our knowledge partner, Ernst & Young Indonesia, our network partners, Business at OECD, Basel Institute on Governance, International Chamber of Commerce, International Federation of Accountants, the Institute of Internal Auditors, World Economic Forum, in collaboration with the Institute of Indonesian Chartered Accountants, or IAI, the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, or UNODC, Basel Institute on Governance. Ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome everyone here, we also like to say hello and thank you for all of you who joining with us virtually online. We truly value your attendance here with us and thank you for your participations. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to have a panel discussions, and this panel is going to be so interactive. The panel session 1 with a theme, cultivate and strengthen integrity through business-to-business collaboration in sustainable governance. So we are going to inviting our experts, our speakers and moderator as well, and they are indeed the experts in their field. So once again, we are going to talk about the cultivate and strengthen integrity through business-to-business collaboration in sustainable governance. With our panelists, Mr. David, Mrs. Nancy, Mr. Status, and Mr. Stefanus. So allow me to invite our moderator, the council member of the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, or IAI. Please welcome Mr. Siddhartha Utama. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Siddhartha Utama as our moderator for the panel session 1.
Thank you. To Honorable Bapak Haryanto Budiman, Chair of B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force and also Managing Director of PT BCA Tbk, Honorable Bu Sinta Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia 2022, Bapak Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja, Regional Secretary of West Java, and Ibu Tuti Wahyuningsih, Deputy of Strategy and Cooperation PPATK, Bapak Iwan Juniardi, Assistant of Minister for Tax Regulation and Enforcement, Ministry of Finance, distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's an honor for me to moderate this session. It is a very important session, which is we're going to discuss the topic of sustainable governance. As mentioned earlier by Pak Budiman in his speech, the first recommendation of the Integrity and also Compliance Task Force is regarding promoting sustainable governance. And I think we all agree that it's not only the responsibility of the government, but also it's also responsibility of the business communities to promote the sustainable development goals that was enacted by the United Nations almost 10 years ago. So we need to make sure that when companies are making investments or also making operation activities, they need to assure that what they're doing now, what they're developing now, of course, the purpose is to create the welfare, to improve the welfare of the society, but they also have to make sure that what they're doing does not have a negative impact on our future generations. Our future generations should also be able to develop and also maintain the quality of life even better than what we have now. And given the limited resources, in the earth, natural, for example, like even water, currently in some part of the world, we have a scarcity of water. So we need to make sure that what we're doing now does not have a negative impact for our future generations. So that's why the first recommendation of this task force is regarding promoting sustainable governance. So what we're going to have in this session is that we're going to have a more in-depth discussion on this, the importance of sustainable governance, and also why it's very important to assure that what we are doing now in terms of promoting sustainability has to be based on the integrity principle. And we know that the implication for the business communities with regard to this sustainable development principle is that the business communities, sure, of course, they still need to pay attention on creating values, improving stock price, and so on. However, at the same time, they also have to make sure that they also their performance in terms of environmental and also social performance are also disclosed and also improve over time. And to do that, they have to implement. They need to change their business model. They need to make sure that the issues of environmental and also social matters need to be integrated and embedded in the day-to-day business model and also business process of the companies. However, as we can see, well, there are some positive improvement from the perspective of the business communities. More and more companies produce sustainability report. Okay, and also some of them even disclose, the performance in terms of environmental and also societal performance. But in other cases, some companies, when they're doing this, they're doing the corporate social responsibility. Many of them actually are doing it not really for the purpose of improving the environmental or the social performance of the companies. They're doing it just for the sake of improving, for example, like PR, public relation, or just to comply with the regulations. And we can see, for example, in terms of the sustainability report, there is this term about greenwashing, okay? Or for financial statement, it's like window dressing, while for sustainability report, it's greenwashing, in which the sustainability reports, their sustainability report do not really substantially reflect, the actual performance of the companies. And moreover, also many companies, when they're doing this, the so-called, the social responsibilities, and actually they're not really doing it. So that's why we need to make sure that companies, when do their responsibilities, they do it with the integrity, okay? Making sure that they implement, their sustainability actions in substance. It's not just for PR or just symbolic. So that's the purpose of this session. And so we have three distinguished panelists, and each of them will discuss a different perspective on on assuring the integrity of sustainability governance. The first speaker will be Pak Alexander Sianturi. I would like to invite Pak Alexander to come to the stage. Please, Pak Alex. So Pak Alex will be our first speaker. So he will actually elaborate, some of the results of some surveys of the companies with regard to the fraud, okay, fraud related to the sustainabilities, and also with regard to the integrity of the sustainability. And so, Pak Alex will be our first speaker, and he will speak for about 10 to 15 minutes. And then after that, there will be two speakers. The first one is Mr. David Maiden from IFAC. Mr. David Maiden will discuss efforts to assure the credibility of sustainability report. Okay, so Mr. David Maiden is from the International Federation of Accountants. And then the next speakers, there will be two speakers, Mr. Satish Gold and also Ms. Nancy Lindsay. These speakers will provide their view from the perspective of the board, okay, of the board members of companies, how the board views regarding the sustainability governance, and also how to assure the integrity of the implementation of sustainability in the company. So before we start the session, I will introduce a brief profile of Pak Alex Sianturi. Pak Alex is from Ernst & Young, the partner from Ernst & Young, and he is currently holds the role as the Forensic and Integrity Service Partner in EY Indonesia. His focus is on business integrity risk review, investigative forensic audit, compliance review, anti-fraud program and controls, and fraud risk management, including fraud risk assessment and general audit. So the place is yours, Alex, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished other panelists. So very pleased to be here. So I would like to share about the ESG, but from kind of different topics, because my background is from the forensic. I will talk about the ESG fraud risk in this session. And as we can see from the slides, that we have the ecosystem. Because of the ESG is already well known in the business community. So by default, they are creating the ecosystem, and the ecosystem is basically among us. So we have like the employees, board of management, we have also the investors, and also regulators are there to oversight the ESG practices, the ESG activities within the company. And it is already also being recognized that the ESG is really giving the advantages to many businesses to the organization. So you can see from the slide on the on the left side, so this is really the benefit of the ESG. But the question is, do we only get the advantages without putting some investment? Of course not. We need more investment, and especially in the ESG activities, we need a big capital expenditure as well. So in that sense, I would like to kind of link together what is the benefit of the ESG, what is the ecosystem look like, and what will be the fraud risk will be also exist surrounding this ESG initiative. So if we see the perspective from the ESG management and investor, so 84% of the leaders and board members said that the COVID-19 pandemic increased expectations from stakeholders and that their company will drive social impact, environmental sustainability, and inclusive growth. So we talk about the ESG. And 89% leaders and board members focus on ESG and sustainable inclusive growth have been critical to build trust with their stakeholders in today's uncertain times. And if we see from the investor perspective, so the 84, 89 is from the leader perspective on the board from the corporation, but from the investor perspective, 90% said that COVID-19 pandemic, they attach greater importance of corporate ESG performance. But only around half of this, of the investor, is really having a good investment, ESG investment approach. So they don't really understand basically in half what is happening within the ESG activities, what will be the investment will be look like at the end of the certain period of time. So this is really the contrast between the board member as well as from the investor. So if you move forward to the next slide, so if you see what is the challenges between the ESG practices. So we know that we have even our Financial Service Authority, they have the POJK requiring the SR, the sustainability reporting. So corporations now are asked to provide the sustainability reporting that Pak Tata also mentioned about earlier in the session. So basically, what happened now is we don't have really a good governance structure when we talk about this ESG. Unlike on the financial reporting, for example. Financial reporting, we have already all the standard in place. Even we have the global standard for the financial statement. And we know that, for example, like we have the ICOFR, the internal control over financial reporting. This system is really try to put together, put the controls so that the financial reporting will be prepared and also reported as it should be. So unlike the ESG activities, we do have standard, but my understanding from the other survey, we have around 600 standards being used for the ESG reporting. This is really the challenge for us right now. And if we try to combine with the integrity survey on the next slide. So from the unethical behavior perspective, so the board member, if we can see on the right side, so 42% of the global board member agree that unethical behavior in senior and high performer is tolerated. So really that the board members, so the bosses basically, our leaders, try to accommodate. And the misconduct, even 80% of the global board member would like to manipulate or mislead the external parties, such as auditors, regulators, and many others. So the public are also at risk. So if I try to link together, because I'm talking about the fraud risk within the ESG, so how to link this fact from the survey to the ESG activity within the organization, this is around that, the ESG fraud risk that I would like to discuss further. If we can move to the next slide, these are some of the ESG fraud risks and also maybe the incident that have been taken place in many corporations. By definition, fraud is basically intentional act to commit a certain fraudulent action to deprive other and make benefit to certain party, including maybe the corporation or the personnel inside the corporation or the external parties. And the other, some examples around the ESG fraud, for example, like harvest mixing. So you can combine between the legal harvest and also the illegal harvest. This is also the situation that happening in the ESG fraud. Social-related fraud, for example, falsified DE&E, now because it's already trend also, diversity, equality, and inclusiveness. We have some metrics because we would like to show that to the public we are inclusive corporation, we are not exclusive. We have a certain percent of women that being employed in the corporation. Those kind of things are reported in the SR, but it can be also falsified depending on how you would like to present certain values toward the market. So again, this is all the examples of the fraud within the ESG activities, and the impact is really on the financial risk. And also the reputation and compliance. We are now talking about the integrity and compliance as the task force, and we also see this as a critical area that ESG is very, very famous, and also fraud is also within that famous also happening also as an incident. And if we can continue with the next slide on the, I would like to connect between the ESG fraud and the money laundering. So we talked just now about the capex that required to, for example, if you would like to have a carbon zero, there is no way that you just turn your machine, for example, your equipment becoming like a zero carbon machine or equipment. You need some investment. And we can see this as a linkage to the money laundering, which is also part of our task force discussion and our recommendation. It can be from the legal source of money, and the company can do like ESG fraud that in the previous slides. So they can put something together in their SR, reporting like a good corporation, a green company, but in fact it is not the way they operating. And they coming with the dirty money, and they need to launder that money. And on the other side also, the illegal source of money, this is what we can see as well, can be used the capital expenditure within the ESG activities that be supported with the illegal money. So really in this scheme, the company is used to launder the money because they know, the launderer, they know that ESG activities require certain capex. So they can create certain company that supported with the good SR, the supporting the sustainability report, which is a very good and then also we have also independent party to put the assurance on the SR, and they can like show to the public that they have like a good corporation, but in fact they are laundering the money. This is also the potential as the following up of the ESG fraud risk. So basically the risk is really happening, and we can see also there are some enforcement that have been taken place. These are just the examples, ladies and gentlemen, that regulator has been very serious in putting enforcement action whenever there is a fraud within the ESG. I think it's similar to the other fraudulent activities, whether it is bribery, corruption, or other fraud. So this is just the example. And I would like to wrap up my session because the time is very limited. So what we can do right now? So this is just the basic, but this is really the basic that we need to do. So the first one is really to establishing ESG framework with built-in fraud risk management strategies. So we cannot do a correct or a better ethical framework without really putting the fraud risk management strategies. This is part of the risk management strategies as well. And the second one is protecting sustainable long-term value. We are talking about the value that we are going to achieve by the corporation. So if we want to be sustainable, then the value is really has to be obtained or resulted as an ethical way. The third one, ensuring the board equipped with deliver against its ESG goals. So ESG can be set as the goals or as the KPI, but we need to educate our team, including our board member, to really understand how the ESG is a roadmap or the ESG from A to Z. If not, then we don't have like the good ESG result. And the fourth one is the integrating analytics for trusted ESG performance reporting. I think we know that in many discussions during by the keynote speakers, that talking about the use of analytics, the use of AI, the use of machine learning, it's really, if you want to capture the information on the sustainability within our organization, we have to invest certain technology. Otherwise, we cannot capture all the information. That will be becoming the information risk. And the last one is developing consistent, comparable, and interoperable taxonomies. I think this one is really related to our topics, which is we talk about the collaborative action. So I think businesses should be in collaboration to set certain metrics, certain standards to be used together. I think this is also as part of our recommendation within this task force, that we have the collaborative action, not only combating the corruption, but also talking about the metric within the ESG. And the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is really the governance. We talk about the ESG, we talk about the governance, we talk about the integrity and compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Alex. Very interesting presentation. So, in one of the slides, you mentioned that on the one hand, most CEOs or top management views that performing sustainability is very important, but on the other hand, many of them still tolerate, behaviors that are actually contradictory with sustainability principles. And you also mentioned about the importance of having this fraud risk management to address this matter. So if you could elaborate more about this fraud risk management, how you can implement in the company to at least close the gap, within what they're saying and what they're actually doing, the CEOs and others. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Pak Tata. So basically, fraud risk management talking about the framework that we can use to boost the ethical behavior within the organization. So basically, I think I agree with you, Pak Tata. So what is being the objective and the facts that on the ground is really not the same. So that's what we call the gap. And to fill the gap, we have to create the agenda basically. In EY, we call it the integrity agenda. So integrity agenda is really to close the gap. Basically, we cannot close the gap, but to reduce the gap as much as we can, that our action within the company, within the corporation, is really try to put the ethical behavior is really at the front of all the operation. But this should be designed at the entity level. So that's why we call it the fraud risk management. It's like the risk management, but the focus is really on the fraud. But fraud risk management is part of the risk management. If your organization have the risk management, but not including the fraud risk, then your risk management will not be complete.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Alex, for your sharing your thoughts on this important topic. I think now we're going to move on to the next speaker, Mr. David Maiden. I hope you are here already, Mr. David Maiden. Okay, good morning, Mr. Maiden. How are you doing?
Professor Siddhartha, hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you. So thank you very much for attending this event, and also we will provide your views with regard to this. The topic that you will address is regarding sustainability report, and we know that IFAC has initiated some activities, to assure the integrity of the sustainability report. So if you could share, what IFAC have done and also planning to do in the future with regard to assuring the integrity of the sustainability report. Please, Pak David. But before that, I would like to introduce Pak David Maiden to the participants of this event. So Mr. David joined IFAC in 2019. He is responsible for developing policy positions, conducting research, and managing external relationship with a broad range of stakeholders. These include industry, trade organizations, regulators, public authorities, and institutional investors. Prior to joining IFAC, David represented the IFRS Foundation in the US. So please, Mr. David, the time is yours.
So thank you again, Professor Siddhartha, and hello, everyone. On behalf of the International Federation of Accountants, IFAC, I'm very honored to be included in this final side event of the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force, and I regret that my business obligations do not allow me to be there in person with all of you today. IFAC would like to thank Mr. Budiman and the leaders and members of the Integrity and Compliance Task Force, as well as our professional accountancy colleagues at IAI and EY, for all of their collective thought leadership throughout this Indonesian B20 with respect to the evolving area of sustainable governance. Throughout this year, IFAC has been pleased to contribute to the work of this task force, as it has addressed the importance of sustainability to the business community and to all public, private, and governmental stakeholders. Sustainable governance and issues of integrity and compliance are very connected. IFAC believes that our profession, the accountancy profession, which includes over 3 million professional accountants worldwide, has a public interest responsibility to be a part of the sustainable transition and to be enablers of this transition. We do this by bringing governance and oversight, data collection and reporting, and assurance of the sustainability information that companies use in making decision-making and in what they report to stakeholders. If I can have the next slide, please. The task force has focused on the importance of bringing, and one more slide, please, next one. This task force has focused on the importance of bringing integrity and good governance to the sustainability information at a critical time, just as the IFRS Foundation, which oversees how companies report their financial performance in 140 jurisdictions around the world, just as the IFRS Foundation has formed a new International Sustainability Standards Board, the ISSB. The mission of the ISSB is to set a global comprehensive baseline of disclosure requirements that will bring consistency, comparability, and reliability to the sustainability-related information we all need for making good decisions. Such a rationalized and globally aligned approach is the starting point to bringing integrity to the sustainability information that so many companies around the world now report. And this is why over the past 2 years, IFAC has actively supported the establishment of the ISSB as the best path forward. The sustainable transition will not take place without the right kind of data against which to measure and assess progress towards sustainable objectives, and unless sustainability information is as trusted and reliable as financial information. This is the mission of the ISSB and the primary focus of my message today. The B20's focus on sustainability this year is joined by other international bodies, including IOSCO, which is the International Organization of Securities Commissions. In a recent statement, IOSCO highlighted that sustainability-related reporting typically involves a more extensive narrative component, more forward-looking information, and more reliance on information pertaining to the issuer's value chain, so it's outside the issuer's internal control. IOSCO went on to say that it will continue to support its members and other stakeholders in the journey to improving the consistency, comparability, and reliability of sustainability-related information, including assurance of this information. In answer to this global need for the integrity that assurance brings to information and processes, the International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, the IAASB, has begun work on a new global ESG assurance standard. Next slide, please. The critical role of assurance is also why IFAC worked with the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants over the past 2 years to examine and benchmark what ESG information companies disclose, and then to assess the level of verification that is taking place over this information. Examining 1,400 of the largest companies from the G20 plus Singapore and Hong Kong SAR, we observed that over 90% of companies are disclosing ESG information. The issue is that 80% of companies use a mix of standards and frameworks for what they disclose. The use of multiple standards, predominantly on a voluntary basis, is a barrier to reliable information, high-quality decision-making, and effective allocation of capital. We believe that the current ESG reporting practice does not support the quality of ESG information we all need, nor does it provide the best foundation for high-quality verification or assurance. And that's why the work of the ISSB is so important, and IFAC hopes that the recommendations of this task force will continue to support the G20 taking steps to support and adopt globally converged standards for reporting sustainability information. This is the mission of the ISSB. If the ISSB provides the global baseline of investor-focused disclosures, then local authorities can determine what else they may require local companies to report, information that is a complement to the global baseline. IFAC, the ISSB, and IOSCO, among others, support this approach to building a global system for reporting that starts with the global baseline of the ISSB. Next slide, please. However, converged reporting is just the starting point. Based on our research, only 58% of companies obtain external independent verification over the ESG information they report. The highest rates of sustainability assurance are in France and South Korea. We also see relatively high levels of assurance in the United States, Europe, Australia, and South Africa. Aside from these jurisdictions, the level of assurance begins to drop off. Without independent external verification conducted in accordance with high-quality, globally applied assurance standards, corporate disclosures on ESG will never be as decision useful or trusted as financial information. Most assurance today, around 80%, tells investors and other users of ESG information that the information is plausible, which is not the level of assurance that auditors provide over financial statements and information. Accountancy firms are doing most, about 60% of ESG assurance engagements, but that means 40% of engagements are being done outside the accountancy profession. This is an important distinction because the sole purpose of assurance performed by the accountancy profession is to enhance the confidence of intended users, be they investors or other stakeholders. Other service providers or consulting services focus directly on the needs of the client, the preparer of the information, not on the user of the information. When accounting firms are engaged, they are overwhelmingly, 94% of the time, using high-quality global assurance standards issued by the International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board. Next slide, please. So to better examine the scope of what information companies capture, analyze, and report on, our research broke ESG into 4 categories: greenhouse gas information, other environmental, social, and governance reporting. 95% of companies report on governance matters, but not all of this information addresses corruption and financial crime-related topics. Assurance on ESG disclosures is being obtained primarily on greenhouse gas data, and we see a significant drop-off in assurance of information in other categories, especially those related to the G factors in ESG. Globally, only 43% of companies obtained assurance over at least some other governance-related ESG disclosures. So to look more closely at the composition of governance disclosures and their assurance, we focused on a subset of 8 jurisdictions in the Asia-Pacific region: Australia, China, Hong Kong SAR, India, Indonesia, Japan, Singapore, and South Korea. Here, approximately 500 companies reported governance-related information. About a quarter of these companies obtained assurance on what they disclosed. But the question is, how much of this was anti-corruption or financial crime-related information? Well-respected standards and frameworks for reporting on ESG include governance disclosure topics such as board diversity, customer information privacy, and child labor practices. But topics most relevant to this task force would address issues such as company policies against bribery, or instances of whistleblowing, or compliance with the monitoring of anti-money laundering. Of the 100 or so companies from the Asia-Pacific region who obtained assurance on their governance disclosures, 62 of them addressed anti-corruption related information in what they reported. And only half, 30 companies, obtained assurance over these anti-corruption related disclosures. It's interesting to note that most of the companies who did so were from India and South Korea. Finally, a lot of disclosure and assurance of governance-related information relates to the existence of company policies, not specific performance-related KPIs or metrics on fines paid or ongoing investigations or whistleblowing occurrences, for example. So based on this very limited sample, it's tempting to suggest that greater focus on governance-related ESG disclosures, including assurance, may be warranted to help investors and other stakeholders truly understand the integrity of business practices and corporate culture of companies. Next slide, please. Last year, IFAC published our policy, our vision for high-quality assurance of sustainability information. It's based on the emerging best practices we observed in the market, and it's predicated on high-quality global standards. A few points. So as regulation evolves, we need harmonized requirements for reporting and assurance that results in truly decision-useful information. There must be a connection between reporting and assurance of sustainability information with financial information. There needs to be better alignment in terms of timeliness and location of reporting. Everything rests on a foundation of high-quality global standards for reporting, led by the ISSB, and assurance led by the IAASB. And finally, the integrity of the entire global system relies on regulatory supervision and enforcement that ensures uniform behavior by all providers of reporting and sustainability assurance, be they accountancy professionals or others. So one more point here. There is a developing expectation gap between companies and investors that focus on the integrity of reporting on climate disclosures, specifically emissions targets and transition plans. IFAC has examined such corporate disclosures from 600 companies, and we anticipate publishing our findings before you all meet again in Bali. But it's apparent that such information is still an emerging area in climate-related disclosure, and there are definitely challenges in the consistency, comparability of terminology. And very few companies disclose estimates of future capital expenditures needed to meet their future emission targets. And this all raises questions about the integrity and usefulness of this information. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, how are things going? Companies around the world are providing a lot of sustainability or ESG information. The profession that I represent is an important component of the ecosystem, along with companies, regulators, and standard setters, that is necessary to effect a sustainable transition. Everyone here today wants to be an enabler of the sustainability movement, but we all need information that has integrity, not greenwashing, in order to make informed choices. So our collective goal must be to enhance corporate reporting to make sustainability disclosures as high quality as financial information. And we know how to do this because we already have a system in place that minimizes misleading financial information. We need to learn from this and apply it to sustainability information. So board engagement and oversight is essential. In a minute, my colleagues, Ms. Nancy Stay and Mr. Stathis Gould, will address the importance of board director governance and what IFAC calls adopting an integrated mindset. Regulation matters. We've gotten as far as we can with a voluntary system. Assurance matters. Why would you report decision-useful information and not take the added step of obtaining third-party independent verification? We think assurance should be mandatory. And deploying a profession that acts in the public interest and adheres to a strong code of ethics is key. The harmonized global system that I have discussed today reduces complexity, confusion, and cost for everyone, especially businesses. But most importantly, a global system for reporting on ESG, led by the ISSB, will help accelerate sustainability, and that's what it's all about. We need high-quality reporting to address the climate crisis, to measure and assess progress towards sustainability objectives in a consistent, comparable, and decision-useful way. And accurate reporting will promote more sustainable companies that create long-term value for investors as well as society. As IOSCO has said, the entire sustainability reporting ecosystem is evolving. Stakeholders will need to adapt to new sustainability-related reporting standards and to enhance expectations among increasingly sophisticated users of sustainability-related information. So in other words, the ecosystem must bring integrity and good governance to sustainability. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. So based on your explanation, we can see that IFAC aims to have globally conferred sustainability reporting standards. And also we need to make sure that companies comply with the standards. That's why we need assurance standards to assure companies when they publish their sustainability report, it's not greenwashing, but it really reflects the performance of the companies in with respect to the environmental and also social performance. So, Mr. David, could you also share with us with regard to the timeline of this plan of having this global sustainability reporting standards and also the assurance standard? Is there any time frame with regard to this implementation, with regard to these standards, Mr. David?
Yeah, so, timelines can always be revised. So just with that caveat, I think there are two important dates to watch for. So the work of the ISSB has begun with two exposure drafts, one addressing climate disclosure and one addressing more general sustainability reporting requirements. The comment period on those two exposure drafts ended in July of this year. My best understanding is that in the first quarter of next year, the ISSB hopes to have finished reviewing the comment letters, do additional outreach, will make adjustments to the exposure drafts, and will hopefully publish finalized standards in the first quarter of next year. So that's on the reporting side. And then future standard setting will take place with respect to matters other than just climate. On the assurance side, the IAASB has an accelerated work stream to develop a new assurance standard. It'll be called ISSA 5000 that will specifically deal with ESG-related matters. Their timeline targets the fourth quarter of 2023 to issue their exposure draft of that standard, with additional work and finalization of that standard to follow. So two important dates, first quarter and fourth quarter of 2023 for reporting and for assurance.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. David Meaden, for sharing that important information. And this is obviously we also have a significant implication for companies in Indonesia, because I think it's in the near future, we also have to comply with this global sustainability reporting standards, including the assurance for the sustainability standards. Okay, now let's move to the next speakers, Mr. Statis Gould and also Ms. Nancy Soling-C. So they will explain about how sustainable governance, including board governance, assure the integrity of the implementation of sustainability in the companies. So, so I hope Mr. Statis Gould and also Ms. Nancy Soling-C already with us. Before they start their presentation, let me provide some brief explanations about their profile. So Mr. Statis Gould is a director, member, engagement, and professional accountants in Business Advisory Group, IFAC. He is responsible for IFAC member engagement and lead IFAC's advocacy for professional accountants working in business and the public sector. A key element of his work is developing thought leadership and guidance in support of enhancing the recognition of and confidence in the professional accountants. And with regard to Ms. Nancy Soling-C, she's the Deputy Chair, Professional Accountants in Business Advisory Group, or PAAB IFAC. And she was appointed to the IFAC PAAB Advisory Group in January 2021. She was nominated by the Hong Kong Institute of Certified Public Accountants. She is currently an independent non-executive director of the WARF Holdings Limited and also Link Asset Management Limited, and both WHL and Link REIT are listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. So I would like to invite both Mr. Statis Gould and also Ms. Nancy Soling-C to provide their views and also thoughts on these topics, please. Yes, Mr. Statis Gould, could you hear me? Hello? Yes?
I can hear you.
Okay, please.
Hello, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Well, Nancy, I thought was going before me, but that's fine. Nancy's with me as well. Nancy's going to talk about how board governance drives sustainability within organizations. I'm going to talk about how an integrated sort of mindset and thinking principles need to occur throughout organizations to improve decisions and reporting to drive sustainability. So to achieve sustainable value creation and sustainable outcomes, such as the Paris Climate Agreement and the SDGs, companies need to work towards sustainable business practices and products. They can only do this with a clear purpose and an understanding of how they can enhance their positive impacts on society and the environment, and then how to mitigate their negative impacts. So trust in business requires delivering real and meaningful action on sustainability issues. So to use a colloquialism, walking the talk. One of the most significant systemic risks to capital markets, as was mentioned earlier by our colleagues, is misleading reporting or greenwashing. Greenwashing poses a risk to investors and their ability to allocate capital to sustainable companies, and a risk to companies in attracting sustainability-linked debt financing to support investments in things like green energy and other solutions that are needed to transition business models. So Nancy's going to talk about how boards need to think on an integrated basis about the long-term health of a company. Their ability to do so relies on the integration of information and processes, bringing together both sustainability and financial lenses of success. The fundamental challenge to integration and integrated thinking and mindset today is sustainability and financial information are often dealt with in separate parts of an organization. These information silos are barriers to advancing sustainability and improving corporate reporting. In the world companies operate within, sustainability and financial risks are converging. A business can be dependent on many things, such as water, energy, palm oil, skilled and motivated workforce, strong community relations, and biodiversity. Depending on your business model, these dependencies on different types of capital can pose risks that will have financial consequences either today or over time. So to steer and manage a company on an integrated basis, it is necessary to ensure the sustainability information is robust and it's connected to financial information. Corporate finance and sustainability functions often operate in silos. This has to change. Today, given sustainability and financial information are dealt with in separate parts of the organization in many companies, financial and sustainability reports are often not connected and issued at different times of the year. Accountants in business and industry, working as chief financial officers, as controllers, as chief accountants, need to use their vantage point and their skill set to break down the silos, to improve the quality of sustainability information, and to connect this information to financial information and processes. Ultimately, the ability of companies to achieve sustainability goals and the success of sustainability reporting standards that David referred to will depend on this integration and an integrated mindset within business. So an integrated mindset is critical in two ways. First of all, it's important to make the right decisions to drive sustainability transformation and to change business practices. Management and boards need information and insights to help them make those decisions. They need a full picture of material sustainability impacts and related risks, opportunities, and financial implications across their operations and value chain. Without this information, investment in the right solutions and changes in practices will not follow. The nature of sustainability impacts and dependencies and related risks and opportunities will to a large extent vary by industry. Some issues are more important than others depending on the sector you're operating within. With this information, it is possible to identify the sustainability strategies for the highest impact issues that you're facing as a company and focusing on the changes to how you operate to maximize your positive impacts while meeting your financial goals. In many companies, the link between impacts and their financial implications is often missing. So it is important to be able to quantify or value impacts and dependencies and key initiatives in relation to financial metrics such as revenue growth, cost of capital, and cash flows. Where financial and sustainability information and processes are better connected, it is easier to understand environmental and social costs and where to focus management attention and the financial benefits of actually changing operational practices and delivering new types of products and services. When sustainability priorities and their economic benefits are clear, it is possible to align resource allocation and performance using relevant metrics and KPIs. The second area where integrated mindset is very important is enabling transparency and decision useful disclosure, as David referred to. Of course, as I've mentioned, sustainability information is often disconnected from financial information. It's also disclosed in many different places. It can be in voluntary disclosures, it can be in sustainability reports, CSR reports, integrated reports on the website. Where it's located varies. And it's often not decision useful for investors. In terms of enhancing reporting and transparency, regulators and investors are demanding decision useful information so financial capital can be allocated to sustainable value creation. This is why the ISSB is so important. We need globally connected capital markets and companies that have a comprehensive baseline of disclosure across the world. And as well as understanding the nature of material impacts, connecting sustainability information to financial performance and the judgments and estimates made in the financial statements will also make disclosure more useful to both companies and investors. So the question, as you can see on the slide, that we've tried to answer with our integrated mindset initiative is how do we achieve an integrated mindset? With the increasing regulatory and investor attention on sustainability, in many companies, the CFO function is now playing a central connector role in sustainability, ensuring the connectivity and reliability of information to improve the understanding of risks and opportunities and performance. So really through the lens of the CFO and the finance team, they really are in an ideal position to leverage their viewpoint across the business, across an organization, and their expertise in financial processes and information to enhance the connectivity and maturity of information, ensuring it is on a par with financial information, and consolidating and prioritizing relevant issues and information from various corporate functions and external sources, and ensure their integration into planning, financial analysis, performance scorecards, etc. This integration and connectivity allows sustainability initiatives to be objectively analysed and any trade-offs reconciled. The CFO and finance team is ideally placed to focus the organisation on the key sustainability priorities and assess their financial benefits and their relative contribution to value creation. So, for example, the risks of climate change are primarily linked to emissions. The finance team can provide insights on the financial risk arising from the cost of emissions, which provides an organisation's exposure to climate risk related to its assets and its business activities. This information is needed to assess the financial implications of climate change, such as changes in profitability and cash flows and the value of assets. This provides the foundation for discussing a strategic response to climate change and assessing the benefits and economic value of changing practices to achieve emission reductions targets. Accountants are ideally placed to use their professional skill sets and ethics to apply financial reporting principles and controls to sustainability information so that it's reliable, relevant, and timely. In many companies, there needs to be a significant improvement in data collection, applying methods and standards and internal controls over sustainability information. This is a rapidly maturing area. Building trust in information is the final key element of achieving an integrated mindset, and it's critical to corporate integrity. Trust in information is critical not only for external stakeholders, but also for integration within an organization. Trust can only come with a concerted effort over time from every element of the corporate ecosystem working together, from boards, management, investors, regulators. And as Nancy's going to talk about now, boards and audit committees need to fulfill their oversight responsibilities to instill a culture of integrity, ethics, and strong connections between corporate functions. Organization-wide systems for data management and decision-making should be put into place to improve consistency, relevance, and comparability of metrics and information. And technology should be used as a trust-building tool to minimize the manual effort and the risk of error that goes with manually processing such information and deploying new tools for the automation of data extraction, digital workflows, and embedded controls, and the use of data analytics to better inform decision makers. So in conclusion, promoting an integrated mindset should be a top priority for every organization, and IFAC is making sure it is a top priority for CFOs and finance functions. And with that, I hand over to you, Chair, and to Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let's move to the next speaker, Nancy, please. Okay. Please, you can start your presentation.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, okay, yeah. Thank you, Professor Siddhartha. And thank you for inviting me as a member of the delegate of IFAC and to give me the opportunity to speak about the need for sustainable, effective corporate governance to enhance corporate integrity and sustainability and the achievement of ESG initiatives. I'm pleased to have today to share my thoughts based on my experience as an independent non-executive director and the discussion we just had at the IFAC Global Professional Accountants and Business Advisory Group, of which I'm the deputy chair. Greater trust in business flows from companies being seen as a force for good for society and upholding high standards of integrity. Integrity is a prerequisite for achieving a sustainable business and being genuinely accountable. Integrity is also the foundation of the International Code of Ethics that professional accountants adhere to, which means the behavior is anchored in fundamental ethical principles, which include integrity and others. These ethical obligations are critical to the sustainable governance movement, given that many board members and business leaders are also professional accountants. Effective corporate governance is underpinned by an overriding culture and mindset that fosters transparency and accountability, overseen by the board and executed by the management. Effective corporate governance is also robust corporate governance, therefore, ultimately leads to market integrity and public trust. Let's begin with what the boards are responsible for. Basically, the boards are ultimately responsible for the long-term success of the companies. They help to create trust and integrity in business by ensuring companies ethically deliver value to customers, suppliers, stakeholders, and society through their products and services. Profits and returns to shareholders are outcomes of delivering value and a positive impact on stakeholders. The confidence arises from high-quality reporting based on check and balances within the organization, as well as from internal and external assurance. The question is, how boards discharge their responsibility for ESG and ultimately long-term value creation? This is the question I always, when I'm at the board level, when we have this sustainability report placing in front of us, how can we give the endorsement on the validity and integrity of the information? The key to achieving this is through an integrated mindset that results in better decision-making to enable the board and management accountability and better reporting to enable transparency and decision-useful disclosure, which Stella just talked about in the earlier session. I would like to focus on corporate governance at the board level that leads to sustainable outcome and integrity. Boards need to incorporate the relevant ESG issues into governance, the strategy, decision-making process, and ensure the organization is aligned throughout on its material ESG issues. The board is also responsible for ensuring high-quality reporting, which means the material ESG-related information is connected to and treated at the same level as the financial information. To be effective and fit for purpose in its oversight role, the board needs to have the right composition, structure, and the processes to oversee the ESG in the context of strategy and long-term value creation. They also to have at least the awareness and preferably the adequate knowledge and expertise in the ESG topics and the related risks and opportunities relevant to the company and its industry. It is inadequate to be entirely relying on outside expertise, as investors expect the boards to be competent in ESG matters. The board also needs to ensure high-quality information for decision-making and reporting. In delivering decision-useful information to the board and management, the CFO's office and finance function plays a critical role in the collection, the production, and analysis of data, and should be a partner in supporting collective action. Sustainable board governance for ESG involves the board ensuring that sustainability ESG is incorporated in the organization's goal, purpose, governance, strategy, risk management, matrix, targets, and corporate reporting. They also need to be attuned to principal ESG issues. The board needs to be connected to the external environment and proactively engage with external stakeholders, especially the regulators, to understand the changing expectation. Evolving its committee structure to ensure all that established board subcommittees are incorporating ESG into the mandates, and new committees can be established when needed. For example, the Audit and Risk Committee provides oversight of risk management. The Audit Committee oversees disclosure against international standards and regulations and related assurances. The Remuneration Committee incorporates ESG priorities into compensation and incentives, and the Investment Committee considers financing and investment decisions. And when needed, maybe a Sustainability Committee supports the board to establish the sustainability goals and strategies. Consideration about the connectivity between the board committees is also important, and it's helped maybe for the board members serve on more than one committee. As for myself, I've been serving as chairman of the board, chair, and also members of audit or risk management committees of various organizations, including listed companies as well as financial institutions. I strongly believe the specific role of audit committee overseeing risk management and high quality reporting is particularly important. This will involve building on existing mandate of the committee and providing oversight of mandatory ESG disclosures and related systems in internal control to ensure the validity and accuracy of this information, as well as its consistency and comparability, and the financial reporting implication of material ESG risk in the audited financial statements. The oversight would also be involved the strategic enterprise risk management system, where there isn't a separate risk committee. This would involve the oversight of principal ESG risks facing the company, including integrity in procurement and supply chain, anti-money laundering, and cybersecurity risks. The oversight of assurance, including internal audit and appointment of external auditors and ESG assurance providers. I think David also mentioned in the survey that right now, the assurance services provided are quite diverse by the traditional financial auditor as well as other assurance providers. So the independent external assurance of ESG reporting will provide confidence in this information reported to external stakeholders. But on the other hand, we also need to look at the credibility and validity of all these external assurance providers. To fulfill its mandates, the audit committees need to be comprised of independent directors and should have sufficient knowledge and expertise in governance and internal control, accounting, and sustainability. Finally, IFAC recognizes that around the world, many professional accountants, such as myself, on the boards of public and private companies serving as INUDs, and are often chairs of audit and risk committee. Therefore, for the accounting profession, ensuring sustainability ESG being on top of mind for every accountant is a priority. It is crucial of great importance that the profession will continue to promote knowledge requirements and continue professional development for accountants, especially those on the board and as independent non-exec directors, and also advocate best practices for board governance and integrated mindset in this challenging subject of sustainability and ESG. So maybe I conclude my session here, but I would also like to thank Alex about his survey. I can't agree with you more about your survey result, the perspective on ESG from the perspective as an independent or from the board member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. So I think in conclusion, we can see that tone at the top is very important. The board should commit themselves to assure the integration of the sustainability matters in the business process of the companies. In addition to that, ethical behavior is also very important. The culture, values of the company should be consistent with the sustainability principle. And the other important matters, it's about integration. So the integration mindset should also be reflected in the behavior. There should be no silos. Finance should also address sustainability matters, and also sustainability division should also take into account the implication of the activities on the financial matters. So thank you very much for the information and also the presentation, Nancy, and also Mr. Gold. So I think this closes this session, ladies and gentlemen. Before I close this session, let's give another round of applause for the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Siddhartha Utama as our moderator, and also for the panelists, Mr. David, Mrs. Nancy, Mr. Status, and Mr. Stefanus for the insightful sessions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have the next panel sessions, but before we move to the next session, it's time for us to first enjoy the networking dinner session prepared by the Trans-Convention Center. And we will remind you that the dinner times it only takes 45 minutes. So, to all the guests and the participants, should be back again at the ballroom at 7:15 p.m. Ya, jadi hanya sekitar 45 menit waktu untuk dinner time. Nanti akan kembali lagi pada pukul 7:15 atau 19:15 waktu Indonesia Barat. So we hope that you will enjoy the dinners and the dishes, and we still hope that you will enjoy the dishes that prepared by the Trans-Convention Center. Bon appetit, ladies and gentlemen, and please enjoy the dinner, and the buffet is now open to all the guests. Once again, the dinner is only take 45 minutes from now, and to all the guests and all the participants, she'll be back again at 7:15 p.m. Thank you very much. Enjoy the dinner. Bon appetit.
Cek, cek. Cek, cek.
Cek,
Cek, cek, tes.
cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have already finished the dinner, please take your seats again as we will begin our event shortly in 15 minutes from now. 6 minutes from now. Pardon me. Once again, for those of you who have already finished the dinner, please take your seats again as we will begin our event in 5 minutes from now. We sincerely hope that you will enjoy every minute together in this ballroom during this networking dinner. But once again, we will remind you that our event B20 Integrity and Compliance Risk First Collective Actions in Alleviating Integrated Risk will begin again in a few minutes. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and for those of you who have already finished the dinner, please take your seats as we will begin our event shortly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force Collective Actions in Alleviating Integrated Risk will begin in a few minutes. Once again, we would like to invite you to enter the ballroom and please take your seats as we'll begin the side event B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force collective actions in alleviating integrated risk in a few minutes. Once again, to our excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to enter the ballroom and please take your seats as we will begin the side event of B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force collective actions in alleviating integrated risk in a few more minutes. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again, and thank you for still joining with us at the Trans Convention Center. Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan. Welcome back to the side event B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force Collective Actions in Alleviating Integrated Risk at the Trans Convention Center. Please give a big round of applause for everyone here. Thank you for still joining with us until now. And how's the dinner so far for tonight? Is it good? Okay. We essentially hope that you will enjoy every minute together in this ballroom. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start the next panel session. And this is the panel session 2 with the theme Facilitate Integrity in Business to Government Interactions in Anti-Money Laundering, Terrorist Financing, Beneficial Ownership, Transparency, and Cybercrime. And we are going to inviting our experts, our speakers and moderator as well. And of course, they are indeed the experts in their fields. And we are going to talk about the facilitate integrity and business to government interactions in anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, beneficial ownership, transparency, and cybercrime. With our panelists for the panel session 2, Mr. Anga, Mr. Tom, Mr. Francisco, Mr. Shahril, and Mrs. Intan. Please allow me to invite the Anti-Corruption Program Coordinator, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, or UNODC Indonesia. Please welcome Mrs. Putri Rahayu Wijayanti. Mrs. Putri, the stage is yours.
Excellency, Mr. Haryanto Budiman, Chair of B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force, Ms. Tuti Wahyuningsi, Deputy for Strategy and Cooperation of Financial Transaction Reports and Analysis Center of Indonesia, Mr. Iwan Juniardi, Assistant of Minister for Tax Regulation and Enforcement, Mr. Cucus Sutara, Chairman of West Java Chambers of Commerce, Mr. Setiawan Wangsaatmaja, Provincial Secretary of West Java. Dear distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm pleased to participate in this wonderful event. Collective action always an essential approach in development, especially in alleviating integrity risks. This session will be discussing about facilitating integrity in business to government interactions, in anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, beneficial ownership transparency, and cybercrime and cybersecurity. Allow me to introduce the speakers of this session. The first speaker is Mr. Angga Timilsina, Global Anti-Corruption Advisor of UNDP. The second speaker is Mr. Tom Townsend, Executive Director of Open Ownership. I would like to invite Mr. Tom Townsend to go to the stage. I also would like to invite Mr. Francesco Keki, Anti-Corruption Regional Advisor of UNODC, to the stage. I would like to invite Mr. Shahril Ramadan, Director for Supervision and Compliance of Financial Institutions and Transaction Reports and Analysis Center of Indonesia. Also with us online, Ms. Intan Rahayu, Director for Cybersecurity and Industry, National Cyber and Crypto Agency. So without further ado, because we have limited time, I would like to invite Mr. Angga Timilsina to share your thought about the collaboration, about collective action to alleviating risks, especially for corruption and money laundering. Angga, the time is yours. I hope you can hear me, Angga.
Yes, Putri, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, good. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of UNDP, it's my pleasure to participate in this public-private dialogue on beneficial ownership and transparency and share UNDP's global experiences, particularly on information collection and its usage. Undoubtedly, the central registry is an important tool. But many countries are facing challenges regarding the identification of beneficial owners, collection of information, verification of disclosure, and most importantly, the utilization of data. We have also noticed that the information in the registries and the definition of beneficial ownership vary greatly. For example, in Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, the legal definition of beneficial ownership vary vastly in terms of defining natural person, ultimate or effective ownership and control, direct and indirect ownership, threshold, and the government exemptions and stock exemptions. And we have also seen from our global experiences that due to lack of effective compliance, many entities fail to submit data on time, even if registers have been introduced in many countries. Similarly, it is often hard to verify the information published in the registry if there is lack of standardized data collection method and adequate guidance and capacity to collect data on beneficial ownership and so on. Moreover, for the effective utilization of data, enough guidance and institutional capacity with clear mandates are required to authorize who get what access to the registry. And for quality information, guidance on collecting data is as important as legal provisions on beneficial ownership transparency. Our colleague Tom will focus later on the legal provision and other issues. In Malaysia, for example, the Company Commission of Malaysia provides the guidance for reporting framework for beneficial ownership of legal persons, introducing a requirement to hold accurate, up-to-date, and verified information on beneficial owners that applies to all domestic and foreign companies, all domestic and foreign limited liabilities partnership, and all government-owned or state-owned companies unless they are exempted by the law. Most importantly, what we have learned is that the quality of data also depends on the capacity and the effectiveness of verification process. It makes it a lot easier if companies and foundations keep the beneficial ownership information together with the supporting documents used to identify and verify the beneficial ownership information at their respective registered offices. The other important issues which I would like to highlight is the timely update of the information as well as timely access of the information by competent authorities and law enforcement agencies. Overall, globally, we have seen 4 main limitations on beneficial ownership registry. First, there is lack of effective verification mechanisms, as I mentioned earlier. Second, lack of sanctions for late submission or non-compliance. And third, the lack of public access to beneficial ownership information. But the good news is that there are many emerging best practices on beneficial ownership transparency. For example, the Financial Action Task Force, also known as FATF, suggests a multi-pronged approach to the beneficial owners behind legal persons, such as companies and foundation. It also suggests combining existing information approach and company approach together with registry approach, so that these three approaches supplement each other. Registry approach requires company registries to obtain and hold up-to-date information on beneficial ownership, while existing information approach uses existing sources of information, including financial institution, company, land properties, or other types of registries, other authorities such as tax authorities, stock exchanges, and commercial databases. Similarly, the company approach requires companies themselves to obtain and hold up-to-date information on shareholders or members. But we also note that it requires a legal enforcement framework to have such a multi-pronged approach to be effective. We really need a legal and enforceable framework. And the role and responsibility of each key stakeholder should also be clarified, and it should also be institutionalized, including the roles and responsibilities of company itself, company registry, obliged parties involved in company registration, and verification of information, such as by lawyers, notary, accountants, financial institutions, designated non-financial businesses and profession, supervisor, self-regulated bodies, and etc. As a best practice, FATF also underscores 5 key features of an effective system: adequacy, accuracy, and timeliness of beneficial ownership information, access by competent authorities, risk assessment, effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions, and finally, forbidding or immobilizing bearer shares and nominee arrangement. As we all know, information and data are only good as they are useful. Thus, adequacy, accuracy, and timeliness, these 3 things. Adequacy, accuracy, and timeliness of beneficial ownership information is very important. That requires a robust validation and verification mechanism, as well as effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions are also important to ensure both quality, accuracy, and timeliness of data. The other, for example, in Australia, under the Beneficial Ownership Register Act, it will be penalized to violate the reporting obligation either by an innocent or incomplete report, or by a failure to submit a report intentionally or due to gross negligence. And we also know from our global experience is that the information on beneficial ownership will only be useful when they are utilized to inform policies and make necessary changes to tackle illicit financial flows, money laundering, and other challenges. For example, financial institutions and designated non-financial businesses and professions could take the necessary measures to identify and verify beneficial ownership of their customers and disclose any discrepancies to the relevant authorities. Similarly, the relevant public authorities, including law enforcement, financial intelligence unit, and anti-corruption agencies, could use the information for investigation and prevention of corruption. Countries could also conduct a comprehensive risk assessment of legal persons so as to develop a more thorough understanding of vulnerability and potential abuse of legal person for money laundering and terrorism financing. And if the registers of beneficial ownership are accessible to the public, civil society organization and media could also use this information for combating corruption by combining this information with the information on politically exposed person, public procurement, asset and income disclosure of public officials. According to FATF, for an effective beneficial ownership transparency regime, countries also require taking measures including prohibiting dematerializing, immobilizing, and disclosing bearer shares and bearer share warrants, as well as the nominee shares and nominee directors to prevent the misuse. Let me conclude my remarks by highlighting 4 key takeaway messages. First, we need to continue our efforts for more global advocacy, awareness, and knowledge on beneficial ownership transparency, including sharing lessons learned and experiences from different countries on what works, what doesn't, and what can we do about it, because this is an emerging governance and anti-corruption issue. Second, countries which have already established company registries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and so on, need to conduct a gap analysis on the effectiveness of current beneficial ownership transparency regime to further strengthen laws, system, and institutions. And countries should also develop beneficial ownership guides based on the gap analysis. Third, countries need to ensure effective international cooperation in information exchange on beneficial ownership, including by providing the details of the beneficial ownership of legal person or other legal arrangement in a timely manner to the competent authorities lawfully requesting the information. At the global level, there has been a discussion on an independent universal organization for cooperation on tax and financial integrity. Current tax negotiations and registry proposals are at a bilateral and regional level, not at the global level. Many advocates therefore call for a UN, the United Nations Tax Convention or Financial Integrity Convention, with a potential to ensure a global and genuinely representative forum to set consistent and multilateral standards for tax, financial, and beneficial ownership transparency. There is also a hope that the next international conference on financing for development could be a game changer. Finally, working together with our partners such as UNODC, OECD, Open Ownership, NORAD, TI, and other partners, UNDP will continue prioritizing the beneficial ownership transparency issues as part of our taxation, governance, and financing for development work. Thank you. Back to you, Putri.
Yes, thank you, Angga. So I put notes on several important things. It's about the needs of accurate and valid information of BO, and also international cooperation on information sharing. I think we could add about the, I think there's a global forum on tax, and also G20 government also put the IAOE, the automatic exchange of information, and include BO information as part of element that could be actually exchanged between the tax authorities. Okay, thank you, Angga. I actually invite participants to give applause to Angga. Thank you. And next, I would like to invite Tom to share. I think you will add what has been said by Angga, and please, no more than 10 minutes. Thank you, Tom.
I'll try and be even shorter than that because there's other people we are keen to hear from. Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me. This issue around beneficial ownership transparency is absolutely at the heart of any conversation about integrity. You've heard about ESG for all this evening. You've heard about illicit financial flows. At the heart of all of that and how we tackle them is to understand who really owns and controls and benefits from a company. That's what beneficial ownership disclosure means. Implementing it is hard. Everything that Angga has talked about already are difficult things to do. It's taking time globally for us to get to a point where we really truly understand who owns and controls companies in a mass of jurisdictions around the world. I run an organization called Open Ownership. We work with around 30 governments around the world, including here in Indonesia, to do the hard work of this reform. So getting the legislation right, doing all of those things around a strong definition that Angga talked about, making sure there's a material and meaningful compliance and enforcement effort when people don't disclose properly. Then making sure we do the digital bit of all this right. We are asking companies to do something we have not asked them to do before, to tell government, and where it's being made public, everybody else as well, who owns and controls them. Companies, for the most part, don't necessarily understand what that means. So getting that process of disclosure right usually through a digital channel, is absolutely essential and hard to do. So we work with governments around the world to make sure that can happen effectively, and we're all still learning. And then the third part of it really is making use of that data. Now, traditionally, this information has been thought about as an anti-money laundering and countering terrorist finance reform. And it is definitely that. That's its primary goal. But there are lots of other ways in which government in particular, and when it's made public, civil society and the media and journalism can make use of this information. So I really just want to give you kind of three big thematic areas that I think we collectively, and through the B20 and other fora, should be focusing on in the years to come. So the first one is that we focus on data and the creation of beneficial ownership data, which is materially valuable to government and wider society. So let me give you a couple of examples of what I mean by that from G20 countries. In both Australia and Indonesia, these governments issue a lifelong, persistent identifier for directors of companies. This is a massive help when you're trying to understand how a company is structured, how a director is moving between different businesses, and when it comes to investigating illicit financial flows, this is a key piece of information to make sure things work well. So governments are taking steps to do things that are innovative and new that not only benefit the investigative process and support integrity, but also make life easier for business. If you have this lifelong ID, you don't have to re-register every time. You can simply give your ID and say how your directorships have changed. So there is always a debate in beneficial ownership world about the burden to business, but governments around the world and within the G20 are taking steps to make it easy and beneficial to do this kind of disclosure well. The second thing is that data is used. Remarkably, within certain fora, like the UN Convention Against Corruption, it's only been in the last year that the convention has integrated any language around actually using beneficial ownership data. It previously just talked about collecting it. So we have to see this used. We have to see this used not just for AML and CFT purposes, but elsewhere where we see challenges around integrity. So public procurement would be the #1 reason for using this information. Public procurement is the biggest industry in the world. We need to use this information and make sure governments have it so that you can spot collusion and bid rigging and fundamentally know to whom public money is going. So it's essential that we see this information gathered and used within public procurement. We look around the region as well, think about the Philippines, doing good work to make sure there are data sharing agreements in place between the main body responsible for collecting this information and other departments and agencies around government. We need to see more of that kind of internal domestic cooperation to deliver the results that we need. So the third thing I would say, and the final thing I would say, is that reform on beneficial ownership is maintained and sustained, and there's innovation as well. The integrity risk that we face today will not necessarily be the integrity risk that we face tomorrow. We have to keep up with the challenge. So threat is intention plus capability. We can do nothing about the intention that people have to commit wrongdoing. All we can do is make it far harder to do that. So we need to make sure that beneficial ownership reform, whilst interesting and politically interesting right now, is still getting the support politically and financially that it needs in the future to keep pace with the risks that we face. And finally, I just want to say, and Anger's already mentioned this, there is a huge amount of good work and guidance out there. It would be remiss of me not to mention an excellent paper by the Fair Biz Project under UNDP, which is funded by the UK government, that looks at the beneficial situation here in Indonesia. Take a look at it. It's a really good guide to what's happening in here and what the next steps could be. And I'll hand back to you, Putri.
Thank you, Tom. Can I also ask for applause for Tom? Thank you. So, Tom, this is not the end. I will ask you several follow-up questions, but after Francesco. So, good evening, Francesco.
Good evening.
So I would like to ask you about what is the role of UNODC in preventing financial crimes and corruption, and how does the organization work with businesses in this area? And UNODC has program to support collective action for business and government to prevent corruption and money laundering?
Yes, we do. Thank you for the question. I mean, UNODC, obviously, as part of the UN, broadly speaking, has a mandate to combat financial crime and support all activities that contribute to enhancing financing of development and diminishing the amount of funds that are transferred from developing countries abroad through illegal means. I mean, Anga also mentioned this issue, but if you look at the SDGs, overall, within the SDGs already you have specific targets on preventing the transferring of proceeds of crime and recovering stolen assets. So that's the first time that we have in a global policy agenda this kind of very specific targets. And for UNODC, obviously, UNODC is an agency that derives its mandate from a couple of legal instruments, which are the UN Transnational Organized Crime Convention and the UN Convention Against Corruption. Both have specific requirements on anti-money laundering for the financial sectors, mostly, and they have also requirements for the businesses, the business community to implement a series of standards. So this is where the mandate of UNODC comes from and our engagement in these areas. Obviously, the numbers are quite staggering if you think about it. There's estimates by the IMF about they talk about more than 200 billion yearly extracted from developing countries because of profit shifting practices by the business community. You have estimates that talk about around $2 trillion of US dollars laundered from illegal activities yearly. So this is clearly definitely a huge priority for us. The UN Convention Against Corruption, of course, you talked already at length about beneficial ownership. It includes quite a lot of measures for businesses in terms of bookkeeping, accounting, prevention of corruption, requirements, programs, codes of ethics, fighting conflict of interests, abolishing practices such as the revolving doors, so the people from the public sector that then find a job in the private sector in conflict of interest with the work they were doing before. So there are all these measures that need to be implemented, and it is extremely important to do this in cooperation with the businesses, and I've seen it happening, for example, in Indonesia. In Indonesia, the requirements for liability of legal persons, they were introduced, they were discussed with the business community. There was a lot of collective actions around these topics that are also part of the UN Convention Against Corruption. So working with the businesses is extremely important. And also with the NGOs. We have work with NGOs such as, Business Link. We have a representative of Publish What You Pay also here, and they have also been extremely instrumental in helping us steering these policy development processes in the country. So, this is an ongoing work. We have this type of programs around the world. And, I really commend the effort also of the B20 around the topics of today, in terms of business integrity, but also it's very important, the discussion on anti-money laundering and illicit financial flows in general. So our engagement is really very strong on this matter. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Francisco. So, allow me to go to my next panelist, Mr. Syahrul Ramadan. How are you, Pak?
Very good, thank you.
So, So you work very much with private sectors because according to your title, you are actually supervising and for the compliance of financial institutions. So I'm actually wondering because the financial institution and the NFBPs or designated non-financial business and professions are repeated called as gatekeeper. Can you share the importance role of financial institution and the NFBPs and how it will assist the government to prevent corruption, money laundering, terrorist financing, and cyber crime? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Putri, for the question. I think the simple answer is the role is very important. How private sector can help the government or assist the government is to close the gap that already happened in Indonesia, especially in beneficial ownership at the moment. I think Angga and Tom already mentioned about beneficial owner before. I would like to update what happened in Indonesia in regarding to beneficial owner. Indonesia have a strength about beneficial owner because we already have central authority, which is Ministry Law and Human Rights. We already have a regulation regarding beneficial owner, and it is comply and in accordance with FATF recommendation 24 and 25. And also, we already have a risk assessment about legal entity and legal arrangement, both of them. The problem now is in Indonesia about implementation. First is in regarding of registration of beneficial owner. We know until at the moment only 30% of the company in Indonesia register their beneficial owner in central registry. 70% has not registered. So because this is one is how to increase the role of private sector, with this forum I hope that private sector can look at their record in the central registry. If they don't register their beneficial owner, please send their beneficial owner information to central registry. Because this 30% is very criticized by FATF assessor that happened last month. Yeah, that's actually the first problem. The second is verification. In our law, actually, there is no verification, not only for beneficial ownership, but even for legal structure, who actually own the company. Because in our corporation law, the duty of Minister of Law and Human Rights only establishing company. They are not, like in other countries, verify whether the shareholder is right, whether the company is still active or not, no verification. Now, that's the third one is about especially beneficial owner, the understanding of notary. One of the gatekeeper there, apart from accountant, lawyer, is actually notary. Even some notary still thinks that this beneficial owners regime is suitable only for common law country. And they thought that Indonesia is civil law or continental law, no beneficial owner. So that actually they thinking, yeah. Although actually notary is the frontliner actually to identify, yeah, who actually own the company, who actually the beneficial owner. Even some of them still have a misunderstanding about beneficial owner. The fourth issue is especially legal arrangement about wakaf. I think this is because it is Islamic trust. At the moment, most people still think that wakaf is actually only donation. Actually, wakaf is not donation. There's actually legal arrangement between wakif and muzaki. Now, because it is actually legal arrangement, there should be legal or beneficial owner in that structure. No, actually, especially in Islamic country, thinks that legal investment should disclose their beneficial owner. And there are a lot of problems in Indonesia, but the last main one is about foreign trust. There is no regulation in Indonesia that if foreign trust conduct operation in Indonesia or save money in Indonesia, they have to disclose that they actually foreign trust. So they can actually say, well, I am not trust actually. I'm only a person. And that's also a big gap. Now, a lot of problem also like a sanction, because even in our corporation law, there is no actually sanction. As I mentioned before, only 30% of corporation register as a beneficial owner. If they don't actually register, no sanction. So that's actually all of the problem that we have to face, we have to try to eliminate in the future. But I think the private sector can help by trying to verify, at least if they have a transaction, especially like a financial institution and the UNFBP, who actually owns the account, who actually behind the registered account. Because in reality, some investigators still find that when they try to analyze, let's say for example, cybercrime, one company actually have involved their account has been used by a criminal. And then when they try to look at the address of the company, actually they don't find. That's actually shell company. The company is not exists. So that's actually often found by investigator. Yes, in the government there is a problem, but I think financial institution or the NABB can help, can assist, so that if, for example, the company is fictitious or shell company, they can help or assist by close the company, because this has been used by the criminal. That's actually can assist government, can assist or help reduce actually criminal activity using financial transaction. And that's actually increase to maintain integrity of financial system. So that's actually my comment.
Thank you, Pak Syahril. We will back again to you. Bu Intan, good evening. Are you with us? Halo, Bu Intan. Ya, halo, selamat malam, Ibu. Good evening, Bu. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, Bu Intan. So we heard about so many about money laundering prevention measures has been discussed here by the panelists. Now, I would like to invite you to share something about what has been done in cybersecurity space and how the private sector can contribute to that space. Thank you, Bu.
Thank you very much. Actually, I have a material presentation. Please display for me. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Is already displayed, ma'am?
Yes, it's already displayed, Bu.
Okay. In my display is not on yet. Okay. Yeah. Okay. With the data draw from the ASEAN Cyber Threat Assessment 2021 report conducted by ASEAN Interpol DEX, this report provides a comprehensive analysis of the cyber threat landscape in the ASEAN region that identify the following as some of the more prominent cyber threat in 2020 and beyond. Such as business email compromise, phishing, ransomware, e-commerce data interception, cybercrime as a service, cyber scam, and cryptojacking, There are three top challenging threats. Business email compromise is the one of the most financial damaging online crime. It exploits the fact that so many of people rely on email to conduct business, both personal and professional. In the BEC scam, criminals send an email message that appear to become from a no source making a legitimate request. And then the second is ransomware. The number of cyber criminals targeting hospitals, medical centers, and public institutions, and other criminal infrastructure, critical infrastructure, including the energy and manufacturing sectors, are not spared. And then the third is the phishing. Cyber criminal typically pretend to be the reputable company, friend, or acquaintances, and the fake message, which contain a link to the phishing website. And then malware, spyware, and Trojan have been found to be embedded in email, website, or mobile apps. Regarding data breaches based on War Bridges data breach and hack on information is beautiful, state that during the last 3 years, there were several platforms that indicate the highest data leaks, including Facebook on May 2021 had 553 million record loss, and then McDonald's on June 2021 had 10 million record loss, and LinkedIn in July 2021 had 700 million record loss, and then last is Shanghai Police in July 2022 had 500 million record loss. Regarding the integrity and compliance in cybersecurity for every corporate and retailer that operate an electronic system must behave in a reliable and secure and responsible manner, and then promote and conduct the security governance, asset management, risk management, and risk mitigation by implementing security controls while paying attention to the personal data protection principles and data subject rights. Second slide, please. United Nations Group of Governmental Experts in 2015 released the UN Cyber Norm of Responsible State Behavior in Cyberspace. There are 11 voluntary and non-binding rules that describe the states should and should not be doing in cyberspace. The green ones is should, and then the red one is should not. The state should not interstate cooperation on cyberspace. The state should do interstate cooperation on security, consider all relevant information, cooperate to stop crime and terrorism, respect human rights and privacy, protect critical infrastructure, respond to requests to assistance, ensure supply chain security, and report ICT vulnerabilities. And then the state should not do prevent misuse of ICT in your territory, do not damage critical infrastructure, and do not harm to emergency response team. Furthermore, government needs to keep in mind that the 11 norms are part of the broader framework that also include the recognition that international law applies to the state conduct in cyberspace. A set of confidence building measures and the commitment to coordinated capacity building, those four components make up the UN framework of the responsible state behavior in the cyberspace. Regarding to the respect of the human right and privacy, personal data protection law provides a legal basis for Indonesia to maintain state sovereignty, state security, and protection personal data with pay attention in principle of data protection on lawfulness, fairness, and transparency, purpose limitation, data minimization, accuracy, storage limitation, integrity and confidentiality, and accountability. I back to the Putri. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Bu. So I note several things from your presentation. It's about the need, maybe because the cyberspace, the cyber security is new things for Indonesia, and capacity building is important to actually having this infrastructure in place. And another one is about the how to ensure the personal data protection as part of the insurance for sovereignty and protection of human rights. Thank you, Ibu. I will be back to you because we only have another 2 minutes, but can we stretch for another 10 minutes? Because there's several questions that I think I need to ask the panelists, so it would be like holistic information for all the participants. I hope it's approved by the host. So I will be back to Francisco. Francisco, I heard so many measures actually exist in UNCAC for corruption prevention and especially involving the private sector. So in your experience, what is the incentive of business community to promote the fight against corruption and financial crime? And how business could prevent its involvement in financial crime?
Well, you know, the reality for businesses operating in developing countries is that generally they face a reality of widespread corruption, of course, in various degrees, but that's the case. Bureaucracies which are difficult to navigate, red tape, requests for kickbacks and so on. So that's, let's not forget, if you look at the World Bank, you know, for instance, enterprise survey, or even the barometer, corruption barometer of CPI and others, you know, this is what we have on the ground, on the one hand. On the other hand, businesses are increasingly under pressure, especially, you know, corporations that operate in different countries are increasingly under pressure to establish you know, good integrity, prevention of corruption measure, corporate disclosure of information and so on by their law enforcement authorities in the jurisdiction where they are located, especially, you know, the ones from G20 countries, OECD countries as well. So there is, you know, a pressure and there is a difficulty. And, you know, for example, if you look recently, even the United States, the Department of Justice, they introduced stricter requirement when it comes to corporate criminal enforcement, you know, with regard to individuals that work in companies, with regard to prior offenders in companies. So, and these requirements are becoming more and more strict. So the reality, if you look at the UN Convention Against Corruption review of implementation, on the other hand, you see that on issues such as liability of legal persons, foreign bribery, but also private-to-private corruption, on various articles, there's still quite a lot of gaps. I mean, I know about the ASEAN region, but, you know, it's the same in the other regions as well. So we are really quite far from having a level playing field, that it was mentioned several times. No? So these are the difficulties, and also, you know, we have conducted a study on foreign bribery cases that involved actors in the region, and we saw that out of more than 20 foreign bribery high-level cases prosecuted, mostly I would say by the US, the UK, and France, only in a very small number of cases you have a action in the jurisdictions where the crime happened against the bribe receivers or against the facilitators of the crime, you know. So of course things are difficult, and you know, there's not much incentive if you don't prosecute. Then, you know, the actors in the countries where bribes are received, there's not much incentives to change. So these are problems, and of course businesses can do quite a lot. As we mentioned, the issue of working together with the government. They have done here in Indonesia. There has been quite a lot of work, and you know yourself, done with KPK for the development of guidelines for. And Indonesia also has established the liability of legal persons, which has not been done in other countries in the regions, and not very much thoroughly. So this work has been done to some extent in Indonesia. In other countries, not so much, even though guidelines have been established. But the business community is extremely important from this perspective. For example, also in Thailand, now we are working with the Institute of Directors to develop guidelines for the business community together with the National Anti-Corruption Commission. In Malaysia, there has been quite a lot of efforts by the businesses together with NGOs to work together to establish these guidelines, to identify and spread best practices. So in reality, it works, but the progresses are very, very slow and difficult. But yes, we keep on doing it. We keep on working with the countries of the region, and we really look forward to major progresses in the coming future from this perspective. And I want to say also, just last thing, the compliance programs that I've seen presented by some of the companies in Indonesia, in the countries of the region, are extremely advanced. They are good. Now they have to work with the business community overall, with the medium, small-size enterprises to make this, broader and accepted across the business community. So that's really important, and again, very commendable also the work that the B20 is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco. So my next question is for Pak Syahril. Syahril, you mentioned about the how BO contribute to the gatekeeper as well. So I know that due diligence is famous also to mitigate risk of businesses. How effective is the current due diligence conducted by the financial institution and the NFBPs? And do you think BO disclosure regime in Indonesia will facilitate faster due diligence?
Yeah, I think as I mentioned in first response, that of course due diligence is important, but of course in terms of business it will increase costs. I just want to mention the result of, although this is only temporary on-site visit, the assessor mentioned that in bank, even the more major financial institution in terms of MLCFT, there is still a tendency or practices in the bank that they just only rely on the statement from the account owner. For example, who is your beneficial owner? They mention, oh, this one. They just only rely on that. Or if it is, it already registers in Ministry of Law, Human Rights as a central registry. Based on best practice, this is also mentioned by assessor, it is requirement that financial institution, which is bank in here, conduct investigation. Yeah. If they think that the beneficiary of this person is in doubt, they have to conduct verification. Some verification are already being conducted. There is some typology actually that one drug dealer has been caught by verification conducted by bank, because they go to the bank and then the teller of the bank mentioned, how can this person have a lot of money? Their appearance actually is very bad. And then they inform the compliance officer conduct verification, and they saw the house of this person is very small, although they have a lot of money in their account. They report to the FIU, and then FIU conduct investigation, and we found that the money is from drug. But it is only one or two example. There are a lot of them. This is actually tip of the iceberg, actually. So that's why we know that there are a lot of problem in the government, lack of authority. As I mentioned, 30% only registered in center registry. Even the director of center registry mentioned, I can actually close all of the accounts. 70% of this company, I just only erase from the list. I can do that. However, I have no authority, and if I erase this list of the corporation, please, PPATK, law enforcement, is one opinion, one statement, that because they don't register their beneficial owner, we just only erase them from the company. So that's actually cannot be done because in the law there is no authority to erase the debt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Syahril. So next, Tom, you're from civil society organization. So I heard about Angga mention about that the information of BO is important for the government and for the public. Do you think, and can you share how civil society organization could contribute or assist to prevent financial crimes? That will be my last question.
You see this all over the world where it's civil society in conjunction with the media leading on telling the stories which get governments to do this reform. It's essential that we have civil society involved in this. There is no monopoly on expertise and insight into how we should have our financial system look. There is no monopoly in a bank or a government. Civil society has a legitimate and wise voice to be contributed to that. So just on two fronts, investigating and bringing to the fore those stories that lead to change, and I think fundamentally as well, needing to be part of the solution.
Thank you, Tom. So, Bu Intan. Hello, Ibu Intan. Are you still with us? No. Yeah. Oh, you're still here, Bu. Bu, this will be my last question. I think we should hear about how or the possibility of collaborative efforts between the business sector and the government in dealing with personal data protection. I think you mentioned a little bit before, but can you elaborate in concise? Yeah, as the last step, as the last statement.
Okay, thank you. A part of tackling cybersecurity risks, strategic build on collaboration. Some of the most important stating to improve collaboration between stakeholders is information sharing and creation of the public-private partnership. The collaboration between the business sector and government in dealing with the personal data protection are the government could assist the corporation to become the data controller and or data processor, as well as data processor officer, to implement the principle of the personal data protection and data subject right. And then information sharing related to potential and experience cases in the violation of the personal data protection law and data breaches. And then the third is awareness campaign to prevent cyber fraud and the victim of the cyber criminal. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Intan. Very concise. So I would like to invite participants to give applause to all panelists tonight. And allow me to actually summarize that has been discussed in this session. So I note that holistic approaches, which is involving the government, private sector, and civil society organization, is essential to alleviate integrity risks. The beneficial ownership transparency is not only to prevent corruption, money laundering, and terrorist financing, but also important for business community, as the business community need to know about before they are building the relationship with other businesses. And further, the BO disclosure also important to ensure the fairness in the procurement, to ensure the fair play, to ensure the fair playing field for all. And Bu Intan also highlight the importance of information sharing, domestic coordination, and also public-private partnership to together to alleviate this integrity risk. Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you to our Mrs. Putri Rahayu Wijayanti as our moderator and all the panelists, Mr. Angga, Mr. Tom, Mr. Francisco, Mr. Shahril, and Mrs. Intan for the insightful session for the panel session 2. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are getting ready for the next panel session. And the next panel session is going to talk about the building trust between public and private sector entities through collective actions to increase levels of integrity and transparency. And back again to our event for today, to our core program of today's event. The short background of our event today is initiated by the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or locally known as Kadin Indonesia, in collaboration with the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, or IAI, the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, or UNODC, the Basel Institute on Governance, to raise awareness on the current issues and opportunities, drive strategic discussions, and provide real actions or examples around integrity and compliance practice. Now let's move on to our next panel session for the panel session 3. With the theme building trust between public and private sector entities through collective action to increase level of integrity and transparency. With our panelists, Mr. Eri, Mrs. Francisca, and Mrs. Dida. And without any further ado, please welcome the moderator of the panel session 3, the collective action specialist of Basel Institute on Governance, Mrs. Charlotte Wananwash. Let's give a big round of applause for Mrs. Charlotte Wananwash. The time is yours.
Thank you, everyone, for this very warm welcome and kind introduction. Thank you also in particular to the B20 Secretariat, the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force leadership for putting on this event, but also, of course, for their active, collaborative leadership throughout this entire B20 process. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to be a part of it. It's been really great to see that in panel 1 and panel 2, we've already seen some discussions on some of the core topics of this year's B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force policy recommendations, and really moving from the recommendations to looking at the practice and implementation and bringing that to life and demonstrating what's already being done, what are types of initiatives that are out there, and we're really going to try to do the same in this panel. So with us today, we have representatives from the private sector, public sector, and civil society, and we'll be discussing on how can we build trust, or more trust, not just between the private sector, different private sector institutions, but also between the private sector and the public sector. And what does it take to kind of really use that trust to develop more and increase the levels of integrity and transparency overall. The main focus for this panel will be examples of collective actions that already exist in Indonesia, so really keeping the focus in country here, but also potentially within the region, and really kind of giving our panelists the opportunity to exchange on their experiences of where they are today, the status quo of their initiatives, but then also, of course, what does it take from the other stakeholders to continue and increase the potential outputs and benefits of collective action in Indonesia, sort of following the B20 recommendations as well, and keeping that in mind. So I think at this point it would be great if my panelists who are here in person today could join me on stage. So if Mr. Eri and Ms. Dina could join me now, that would be fantastic. But we are actually going to kick off with a short speech by Mr. Amin, who is the director of the private sector division of the Corruption Eradication Commission, KPK, who will be giving us a short speech to kind of set the scene really for this panel and highlight why it's so important to engage the private sector in the fight against corruption, and how the KPK plans in future to work with the private sector. So I hope, Mr. Amin, you are able to hear me and you're on. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Kalat. Sorry, I will speak in Bahasa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang kami hormati, Bapak Mahmud MD atau yang wakili, Ibu Sri Mulyani atau yang mewakili, yang sebelumnya telah menyampaikan keynote speech sebelumnya. Yang kami hormati, Bapak Setiawan Pangsatmaja selaku Sekretaris Daerah Provinsi Jawa Barat, yang sebelumnya juga telah menyampaikan pembukaan. Yang kami hormati, Ketua Bisnis B20 Indonesia 2022, Ibu Sinta Wijaya Kamdani. Yang kami hormati, Ketua Satuan Tugas Integritas dan Kepatuhan, Bapak Haryanto Budiman. Dan tentunya yang kami banggakan, seluruh panelis yang hadir pada malam hari ini, ada Pak Eri, ada Ibu Francisca, dan Ibu Dina Yusuf. Dalam kesempatan ini kami sampaikan apresiasi atas terselenggaranya acara B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force Side Event, Collective Action to Increase Level of Integrity Risk, sebagai rangkaian kegiatan presidensi G20 Indonesia, Recover Together, Recover Stronger. Salah satu sasaran strategis KPK dalam melakukan pencegahan tindak pidana korupsi adalah sektor pelaku usaha, baik BUMN, BUMD maupun swasta. Mengingat berdasarkan mandat dalam pasal 6 Undang-Undang Nomor 19 Tahun 2019 tentang perubahan kedua atas Undang-Undang 30 Tahun 2002, KPK memiliki tugas melakukan pencegahan, penindakan, koordinasi, supervisi, dan monitoring serta eksekusi. Dalam melaksanakan tugas pencegahan, salah satunya adalah mendorong terciptanya tata kelola pemerintahan yang bersih dan baik, clean and good governance, maupun tata kelola perusahaan yang bersih dan baik, clean and good corporate governance, melalui serangkaian perbaikan sistem atas rekomendasi dari hasil evaluasi dan kajian perbaikan tata kelola yang dilakukan oleh KPK. Sektor bisnis dianggap sebagai sektor strategis. Pelaku usaha dalam melaksanakan kegiatannya seringkali berhadapan dengan dilema etis, karena terkadang harus melakukan penyuapan, memberikan gratifikasi, dan ini terpaksa dilakukan atau dianggap menjadi jalan untuk melancarkan proses bisnis, baik pemberian atau penyuapan dalam jumlah kecil maupun dalam jumlah besar. Meskipun uang gratifikasi atau suap tersebut tidak berasal dari anggaran negara atau bukan dari keuangan negara, namun pemberian hadiah atau gratifikasi dan suap dikategorikan sebagai tindak pidana korupsi. Perbuatan ini dilarang karena sifatnya yang merugikan prinsip keadilan, melanggar kode etik dan hukum pidana, yang pada akhirnya akan merusak iklim persaingan usaha yang sehat. Berdasarkan data penanganan perkara tindak pidana korupsi yang dilakukan oleh KPK dari tahun 2004 sampai semester pertama tahun 2022, pihak swasta dari pelaku usaha tercatat sebagai pelaku tindak pidana korupsi yang paling banyak ditangani oleh KPK. Jumlahnya mendekati 367 orang. Kalau kita lihat dari jenis perkara tindak pidana korupsi yang ditangani, maka terbesar adalah penyuapan. Terutama penyuapan dalam proses perizinan dan pengadaan barang jasa milik pemerintah. Kondisi tersebut menjadi salah satu latar belakang komitmen KPK dalam menggandeng mitra dunia usaha untuk memperbaiki dan membentuk iklim usaha yang sehat, bersih, dan bebas dari korupsi. Hal ini sejalan dengan 4 rumusan rekomendasi yang telah disusun oleh Satuan Tugas Khusus Integritas dan Kepatuhan dalam Dialog G20 B20, yaitu yang pertama, mempromosikan sustainable governance dalam operational business untuk mendukung inisiatif environmental, social, and governance. Yang kedua, mendorong aksi kolektif untuk mengurangi risiko integritas. Yang ketiga, menumbuhkan kesigapan dalam tindakan pencegahan untuk memerangi risiko pencucian uang atau pendanaan teroris. Dan yang terakhir, memperkuat tata kelola untuk mengurangi risiko cyber security. Pada 4 rumusan tersebut, KPK mendorong aksi kolektif untuk mengurangi risiko integritas adalah yang serupa dengan salah satu program yang dijalankan oleh KPK di Kedeputian Bidang Pencegahan dan Monitoring, yaitu di Direktorat Anti Korupsi Badan Usaha, yaitu melalui pembinaan Komite Advokasi Nasional atau KAN dan Komite Advokasi Daerah atau KAD. KAN dan KAD adalah forum diskusi antara pelaku usaha dan regulator yang membahas isu-isu strategis dalam kaitannya upaya pencegahan korupsi, khususnya pada sektor bisnis. Ini merupakan implementasi nyata dari aksi kolektif KPK, aksi kolektif yang diinisiasi oleh KPK untuk mengurangi risiko integritas, khususnya untuk menghentikan praktik suap melalui usulan perbaikan di dunia usaha. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang berbahagia, terdapat 6 sektor industri prioritas yang telah membentuk forum Komite Advokasi Nasional, yaitu sektor migas, sektor kehutanan, pangan, kesehatan, infrastruktur, dan jasa keuangan. Sedangkan di Komite Advokasi Daerah berada di 34 provinsi dan telah disahkan melalui SK Gubernur sebanyak 23 KAD untuk seluruh wilayah Indonesia. Namun perlu ditekankan dan diperhatikan bersama bahwa baik KAN maupun KAD tidak diperbolehkan membahas subjek yang hanya menguntungkan pihak tertentu dan tidak berhubungan dengan upaya pencegahan korupsi di Indonesia. Adapun melalui forum KN maupun KAD, itulah Direktur Anti Korupsi Badan Usaha sepanjang semester ini telah berhasil memfasilitasi penyelesaian beberapa isu strategis yang mendorong terciptanya lingkungan dunia usaha yang bersih. Di antaranya, dengan telah diterbitkannya Surat Edaran Dirjen Perhubungan Laut Kementerian Perhubungan nomor 19 tahun 2022, tanggal 8 Agustus 2022. Yaitu tentang petunjuk pelaksanaan pemenuhan persyaratan perizinan terminal khusus atau terminal untuk kepentingan sendiri dan pengoperasian pemanfaatan garis pantai. Hal ini dilakukan dalam rangka memberikan pedoman serta peningkatan kualitas pelayanan perizinan, sehingga praktek suap menyuap dalam proses pemberian perizinan itu bisa diminimais atau bisa dihindarkan. Yang kedua, telah diterbitkannya Surat Edaran Dirjen Kekayaan Intelektual Kementerian Hukum dan HAM nomor 01/04/2022 tanggal 1 Agustus 2022 tentang pembayaran royalti lagu dan musik bagi pengguna yang melakukan pemanfaatan komersial ciptaan dan atau produk hak terkait musik dan lagu sebelum berlakunya sistem informasi lagu dan musik. Surat edaran ini juga menjadi pedoman buat para pelaku usaha dan regulator ketika melakukan pemungutan royalti kepada para pelaku usaha, khususnya di pelaku usaha yang tergabung dalam PHRI. Selain fasilitasi terhadap penyelesaian isu tersebut, KPK melalui Direktorat Anti Korupsi Badan Usaha juga mendorong pelaku usaha untuk mengimplementasikan sistem manajemen anti penyuapan atau SMAP. Salah satunya dengan penerapan panduan cegah korupsi bagi badan usaha yang telah KPK susun dan dapat diakses secara online agar lebih mudah dijangkau oleh seluruh pelaku usaha dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, inisiasi melalui forum-forum public-private tersebut sebagai wujud nyata aksi kolektif di dunia usaha yang akan memberikan dampak baik bagi kondisi daerah, baik dipandang dari sisi regulator atau pemerintah maupun dari sudut pelaku usaha. Hal ini dapat juga dijadikan benchmark atau praktek baik dari Indonesia kepada negara-negara G20 lainnya, sehingga manfaat yang diperoleh baik untuk pelaku usaha maupun pemerintah bisa diperoleh. Di antaranya, terdapat iklim usaha yang baik. Yang kedua, iklim usaha yang baik akan mendatangkan investasi baru kepada Indonesia, khususnya dan negara-negara G20 pada umumnya. Berikutnya, investasi baru akan dapat membuka lapangan kerja baru. Dan seterusnya akan menggunakan perekonomian nasional maupun daerah. Dan pada ujungnya akan meningkatkan pendapatan negara, baik pendekatan di level pemerintah pusat maupun pemerintah daerah. Kemudian manfaat yang diperoleh oleh pelaku usaha diantaranya, pelaku usaha dapat menyampaikan kendala bisnis terkait dengan tindak pidana korupsi, sehingga dapat disusun usulan perbaikan untuk perbaikan iklim usaha. Kedua, bersama-sama bisa membangun iklim persaingan, level the playing field yang sama dan sehat di antara sama pelaku usaha. Berikutnya, adanya kepastian hukum atas praktik bisnis, baik dari segi perizinan usaha maupun proyek pengadaan barang jasa pemerintah. Dan yang terakhir, manfaat buat pelaku usaha adalah forum bertukar informasi dan pengalaman terkait dengan pembangunan bisnis berintegritas. Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, kami mengajak seluruh elemen bangsa, baik pemangku kepentingan, pelaku usaha, dan juga dunia internasional pada kesempatan B20 G20 yang berbahagia ini untuk mewujudkan cita-cita kita bersama, agar Indonesia dan negara-negara G20 bisa bersih dari korupsi, termasuk di dalamnya pada upaya pencegahan korupsi pada sektor bisnis, dengan tetap memperhatikan kemudahan berusaha sesuai dengan aturan-aturan yang berlaku dalam rangka mewujudkan kesejahteraan masyarakat yang lebih luas. Demikian pengantar yang bisa kami sampaikan sebagai penutup diskusi nanti yang akan disampaikan oleh para panelis. Lebih kurangnya mohon maaf. Saya akhiri. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami kembalikan kepada Miskar. Terima kasih. Thank you. Selamat malam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amin, and it was great to hear a call for action in that statement at the end, and also to get an overview of the focus of the KPK and to do with the business integrity at the moment and also for the coming years. And I think that's a perfect transition into the discussion part of our panel. And so I'm very glad and honored to introduce our first panelist. I think there's probably not a lot of people here who don't know him yet. But for those, I will give a quick introduction to Mr. Eri, who is here today in his role as the chairman of the Collective Action Against Corruption Initiatives, Indonesia's Advisory Committee. But as most of you know, he has had a long and very distinguished career, both in the private and public sector. He has been the president commissioner of the Jakarta Stock Exchange in the late 90s. He was also appointed as, I think, the first commissioner deputy chair of the KPK when it was established in 2003 to 2007. And he is also the founder of the Indonesian Transparency Society, founder of the Indonesian Institute for Corporate Governance, member of the Board of Trustees of the Indonesian Institute for Corporate Directorship, founder of Transparency International Indonesia. And I think the main question is, what hasn't he done? But seeing as he's here today in his position as the chairman of the KAKI Advisory Committee, it would be great to start the discussion with you around what exactly that experience was like in setting up this initiative. Why was the collective action initiative against corruption in Indonesia set up? Who was involved, and what was sort of the aim of that initiative?
Okay, thanks, Scarlett. I think there is no doubt that corruption is bad for business, and that corruption is extraordinary crime. Everybody agrees on that. And in combating that corruption, there is no one element could be doing it. Okay. There have to be a collaborative action between public sector, private sector, and civil society. Based on that understanding, then we decided to have a coalition action against corruption in Indonesia. And then we established the name in Indonesia, Koalisi Anti Korupsi Indonesia, KAKI. What the philosophy behind KAKI is based on the law, that even the law says that combating corruption cannot be done by one element. Could be collaboratively done by the three components of the state, that is public sector, private sector, and civil society. So in short, that's the background of the KAKI, Scarlett.
Thank you. And maybe just to ask, is it a private sector focus? Is the main focus on the private sector or on civil society or government?
Well, basically all companies. All private sector, all kind of companies. But we prioritize small and medium private companies. Small and medium private companies. Why? Because state-owned enterprises, although we welcome them to join, but we believe that the policy of the Ministry of State-owned Enterprises are clear. They have to have accreditation of ISO 37001, which is in line with our mission as well.
And what does it mean as a company, an Indonesian company, to join KAKI? What does that mean?
Joining KAKI means that they are joining a hub within private sectors, companies, and also between private sector and public sector. For example, if there is a new regulation in combating corruption from the government, then we can easily understand the regulation by having a good communication with both law enforcement agency or related public officials.
Mm-hmm. And during that, and I think it was 2020, right, that KAKI was set up. In those last 2 years, what are some of the approaches and tools that have been developed that are supporting companies in their journey, integrity journey, and also sort of affecting the business environment more generally, and strengthening integrity and transparency there?
Yeah, the first step that we had since 2020 is we approached the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, and we have a collaboration agreement with them. And also we approached all the business associations, and then we had some training for the trainers, as well as some workshops during 2020 until now.
And the role of the government so far, is it an active role, a supporting role? What has the role of the Indonesian government been within KAKI so far?
Well, with KPK, we have a good coordination and communication, and also cooperation. And one of our champions is also coordinating Minister for Economy, and also they are supporting us. I think that's all.
Why is it important that the government is involved? Or why do the companies want the government to be involved? Why do you think it's important to have the government?
Well, number one is for communication. If there is any regulation or new policies, then the government can use KAKI as a hub, as a media, to communicate this to all the private sectors, which is members of the KAKI.
So, I mean, it's still a fairly new initiative, given that we've had COVID in the last 2 years as well. What do you think the future holds for KAKI, and where are you trying to go? What's the sort of big ultimate goal that you're trying to achieve?
Well, I think KAKI is not the only collaborative action. We had already IGCN, International Global Compact something. Indonesian Global Compact Network. I think that was, what, 5 years ago? And now we also collaboratively working with IGCN. And KPK itself already signed a cooperation with Indonesian Chamber of Commerce for their program, namely Profit, which is spiritual, in spirit, exactly the same what KAKI is doing.
So is it building a strong national network to support
Yeah,
that?
the more the merrier.
More the merrier. That's a beautiful endpoint. So thank you so much, Mr. Eri. I think in the interest of time, we'll continue and go from a more national initiative to a sectoral one. And for that, I would like to introduce Ms. Francisca Oye, who is the Director of Compliance, Legal and Corporate Secretary of the CIMB Niaga Bank, where she's also responsible for good corporate governance and sustainability and CSR. She also holds various other leadership positions in other financial industry associations, but today she's here in her role as the chairman of the Communication Forum of Banking Compliance Directors, short FKDKP. Francisca, if you can hear me, it would be great if you could explain to us why this Forum of Banking Compliance Directors was set up and how you're working collectively with other financial institutions to strengthen good compliance practices in the banking sector in Indonesia. Over to you. Oh, I think we might have... Can you hear us?
Yeah, okay. I cannot unmute myself. Thank you for the question. Just want to, first of all, would like to thank you for the invitation for FKDKP. It's really an honor for us to be in this event. To answer you, FKDKP, actually a Forum Communication Compliance Director of Banking, is established in the year of 2000, and at the time is actually as a response to Bank Indonesia regulation in 1999, requesting all the banks must have a compliance director. And at the time, it's totally new for Indonesia. So we, among all the compliance directors, we start to, talk among ourselves. What is this? And, what is really the role of the compliance, really? And some of the foreign banks at the time already have a compliance directors or compliance officers. So we asked them to share with us, what are really their functions and how they do this and what kind of process and framework and so on and so on. So based on that, then we really aware that having communication or exchange experiences, information among the compliance director will be very benefit to all of us. So therefore, in the compliance of FKDKP established in the year of 2000, with the visions to exchange information and experiences to upskill the skill set of the compliance officers, and also to become the intermediary among the banking industry with the regulators. Today we have already 106 members, consists of 62 commercial banks, 25 regional banks, 12 Sharia banks, and 7 foreign banks. So, among us, we also have a seminar, we have a certification. Even though there is no requirement by regulators that we must have certification, we understand that the communication and sharing knowledge, experience is very important. So we have this certification. In fact, actually, it's most of compliance officers, which is consists of about 3,510 of banking compliance officers. Most of us already being certified. And then, in fact, the speaker or actually the, instructor in that certification is all of us. So actually from us to us.
Super, thank you so much. You were talking about how you were exchanging and how one of the biggest benefits there is of this kind of collective action is coming together, discussing, exchanging, and identifying maybe better ways of doing things. Are there any examples that you can give of best practices you've come across from those members and things you've learned during that process?
Yeah, we are actually not a self-regulatory body, of course, but as you mentioned earlier, that come together, it will be actually much better. So also for the regulator itself, instead of actually discussing with us one by one, it will be much easier actually if we go through the associations. So in this case, for example, we have worked very closely, for example, with Interact, with FIU, here is PPATK. For example, when PPATK introduced this new report system, yeah, in the past we actually have a report system, but they renewed the system, which is much more complex, much more data that we need to be reported based on that new system, which is GoIML, they call it. We have, in that case, we actually have a discussion very thorough together with PPATK. We get together among the banks first, and then discuss what are actually is possible, which is not possible, and why, and so on. So once we actually have already gathered all this input from all the banks, we actually discuss with PPATK. Until now, this GoIML already, actually very well, so we can work together with PPATK and give a report as required by PPATK. In the other, also actually I remember on the PEP, banks actually required to have what to call it, like, identify the PEP. PEP is a public exposed person, and we must do due diligence for the PEP. We must have a specific monitoring for the PEP people. However, for us to identify the public exposed person, sometimes we cannot identify accurately or actually not complete enough. We actually discussed with PPATK how actually we can get the list of PEP. After, I think, a couple of years, then finally PPATK or FIU agreed to give us the PEP list. So for us now, actually the banks is much easier to identify PEP, to do verification, monitor PEP closely. Mentioned also earlier, actually by Pak Syahril, is about identification of the beneficial owner. That is something that today the SR Corporation, as a sectoral risk assessment, they have a discussion on this, and FKDKP is being invited by the government to discuss on this. It's one of the issues actually is regarding the beneficial owner, because having the beneficial owner data, it will be very helpful for us. So there are some actually input to the regulator, how that we can implement the regulation better and so on, and then actually is using FKDKP as the tool. Thank you.
Great. And are there any specific policy recommendations? I know you've seen the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force policy paper already on anti-money laundering, integrity compliance, ESG, CSR topics, where you see an opportunity for forums such as FKDKP to continue the discussion and support that sort of implementation, that approach at the company level in Indonesia?
Actually, Scarlett, I think I'm very impressed with the recommendation of the B20. It's very good. I could mention actually the whole thing that actually is something that we need to, really to adopt those. I would like to mention a couple of things. Doesn't mean that the one that I don't mention is not important. They're all actually important. First of all, actually, is about the corruption. We understand that one of the predicate crime in Indonesia, one of the highest is actually corruption. We've been hearing about this the whole afternoon. So then, if we actually, we are going to discuss, because some of the banks already have this anti-bribery and corruption policies. And some of us actually already have the ISO 37001. Some of the banks have it already like that. And also we actually, some of the banks have already WB policy, which is, whistleblower policy that managed by third party. And also we actually also have some of the banks have e-procurement, e-bidding, and so on. So those are things I think we need to discuss among the FKDKP members, and let's those banks that have already all of this share with the rest of the banks what is the benefit having all of them. So that is something that I think we need to discuss further with all the banks, so everybody will be in the same level. Follow the best practices. And then, on top of that, I think what we need also to emphasize, because then, we talk also about sustainability. So PPATK recently also emphasized the importance, or actually that we really look into the green financial crime, to do the assessment on this. So this is something that we are going to discuss among the banks, how to really actually we pay attention on this green financial crime. This is, to tell you the truth, is quite new for the banks. But we, with the help of the PPATK, we will actually learn about this, and we are going to emphasize on this, how to make sure that green financial crime is being monitored. Of course, on top of that, there are some of that we need help or assistance from the regulator or actually from the government. One of them I mentioned earlier is about beneficial owner identification. Based on the President Decree number 13, 2018, that actually all corporate should actually identify their beneficial owner and submit them to the, to the general registration under the Ministry of Law and Human Rights. But as Pak Syahril mentioned, it's only 30% that the data is available there. So then, we may need to review the presidential decree to, to ensure the implementation and enforcement of this regulation, because it would be very helpful to us. On the sustainability, I think I agree that we need really to have a standard comprehensive sustainability report, because yes, under POJK that we must have a sustainability report, but that one is very high level. And I think we need to start to have a standard comprehensive sustainability report. Maybe we also can use like GRI standard. Again, some of the banks already using this GRI standard, and some of the banks also have already assurance to this sustainability report. So I think we need to share with the rest of the banks that we need to be same, that have actually one standard, as well as actually need to have an assurance. The last part is on the commitment. I think actually it's about time for all of us to have like kind of a target on the emission reduction. Again, some of the banks already make a commitment that they're going to have a target on the reduction, on the emission reduction. And that is something that I think we need together to have this target. And for this, we need to have a government to get to have a clearer on the guidelines and encourage the collaboration among the government, among the companies, and also civil companies, and as well as SME, to work together to transiting toward the emission reduction, if it's not net zero carbon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francisca. And it's just really great to hear that one of the main benefits or best practices you've seen is that coming together in this forum means that the banks that are engaged have a common voice towards the government, but the regulator, etc., and you can have that exchange and engagement and really give input, as well as, of course, the focus on the corruption side, integrity, as well as sustainability on the B20 recommendations follow-up. So I think it'll be very interesting to see what the next couple of years hold. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to move on to our final panelist. Welcome Ms. Dina, who is the Network Manager for the Alliance for Integrity in Indonesia here. The Alliance for Integrity is a business-driven multi-stakeholder initiative that seeks to promote transparency and integrity in the economy. It is active in over 14 countries and works with public institutions, business, international organizations, and civil society. Could you, to kick us off, maybe let us know how the Alliance for Integrity, as this business-driven multi-stakeholder initiative, is working specifically in Indonesia to promote transparency and integrity?
Okay, thank you, Scarlett. So as you mentioned, Alliance for Integrity, or we call ourselves as AFIN, is a global project. It's a business-led project that receives strong support from civil society. So we started our initiative in 2016 in Indonesia, India, Brazil, Mexico, and Ghana. And now we are operating in 14 countries, and soon we'll be expanded into 2 more countries, Nigeria and South Africa. In implementing our activities in Indonesia, we have our advisory group, which consists of Allianz, Siemens, UNODC, Indonesian Business Link, Indonesian Global Compact Network, and also, of course, the Transparency International Indonesia, who is now our chair for the advisory group for Indonesia. When we start our initiative in 2016, there's not much of intervention that focused on private sector, especially the small, medium enterprises. So our approach at that time was rather unique because we put the private sector, especially the small, medium enterprises, as the core of our collective action. We have a range of activities, and we're not limiting ourselves into specific sector or specific topic, but we choose carefully on which area that we want to work on. So we have a guiding approach that helps us to determine which area that we should work on. We work on an area where corruption risk is relatively high. We work on an area where corruption gives a negative impact towards the society and also the welfare. And we also check whether our approach, our network, and our know-how is actually a good fit to do such intervention. So based on that, we set our priority of working area. So we work on the intersection between corruption and sustainability. So we do a lot of work on corruption prevention in forestry sectors and also sustainable development. Our second main focus is human rights due diligence and supply chain. So we're trying to put ourselves as a natural entry point for companies, European companies, that soon will be subject to the upcoming legislation. And we try to find a solution, a joint solutions for SME that will act as a supply chain for such company. So the third main focus area is that we're supporting the compliance for the startup, because we're trying to address the challenge to combine the agility of startup and compliance. And the last one is that we're focusing on gender. We put gender lens in all of our part of our activities, but we also have gender-specific activity, such as SheBits, that we work together with the UNDP Fairbase, and also we establish Women in Integrity of West Java in 2017, that still continue to active to date.
Super. As you just mentioned, that you also work with small and medium-sized enterprises. What has that journey been like and experience been like in supporting them in their integrity journey through this, I think what you've previously described as sort of like business-to-business support model? If you could maybe explain that model a bit, and then how SMEs fit into that.
Okay. Sure. So like one of the key activities that we have and we implemented in all 14 countries is the business-to-business training. So we provide a comprehensive capacity building for small, medium enterprises. We start with a TOT or train of trainers. So we invite compliance specialists from big companies, from multinational companies to take part in the training. Why we only have trainers from companies? Because we believe that having trainers that have been in the same shoes as the participants will make the training more effective. So once the trainers pass the criteria to be the Alliance for Integrity trainers, the second part is to hold or conduct training for small, medium enterprises. So the trainers will be the trainers that pass the criteria from the TOT, and then the participant will be the small, medium enterprises. And in this training, we also introduced our digital tool called the Integrity app, which is a self-assessment tool for the small, medium enterprises to know their level of knowledge on compliance. And then after completing the trainings, the small, medium enterprises will also receive another support. So they will be given an access to a support desk where they can ask questions about compliance and receive the answer within 72 hours from our trainers. So far we have conducted more than 200 trainings for small, medium enterprises in total. And also we have more than 4,000 participants from small, medium enterprises, and we have around 250 trainers that support us voluntarily in delivering training for small, medium enterprises.
Do you also work with the government institutions actively in implementing your activities?
Yeah, we work with the government institutions, we work with the private sector, Business Association Indonesia, we work with the JSO, we work with the academia. For the public sector, for example, when we work on the forest corruption prevention in forestry sectors, we work with the KPK. We piloted and we developed modules and we piloted the training in Papua. And also for infrastructure, for example, we work with the Ministry of Public Housing, Public Work and Housing, and also the Indonesian Procurement Agency and much more.
And sort of looking to the future here as well a little bit, where do you see sort of the biggest hurdles for your initiative, but also for companies, small, medium-sized companies, and really achieving those goals on their integrity journey and leveling up their integrity?
So our vision for 2025 is actually we become the global game changer in enhancing compliance in business. So one of our biggest challenges is that many companies, many entrepreneurs, they suffer from corruption, but they believe that they cannot do any difference. So what we're trying to do is we have to change the mindset. Our goal is to change the mindset and show them that by joining the force with others, we can actually make a difference. We can actually do a business in Indonesia without having to take part in unethical practices. And of course, we need more support from the public sector, from the private sector, from JSO, from academia. And we keep inviting them to be part of our initiative. Having said that, knowing how much support, tremendous support that we have received so far, we believe that this initiative will continue growing.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to thank all of my distinguished panelists for their engagement, for their thoughtful inputs, and also for sharing their experience with all of us. And maybe just an outlook from my side as well. We're all looking forward to, of course, the B20 summit and the G20 summit, and we're looking to see how much uptake there is of the B20 recommendations at the G20 level, and the question of legacy is always out there. But of course, we also see in this room and see here today what is already happening and the opportunity on the ground in Indonesia to kind of support these initiatives that are there and really strengthen and push as a form of legacy from the B20 process as well. So we're really looking forward to seeing how they progress and supporting them in the coming years. So thank you so much and have a great rest of the night.
Thank you so much for Mrs. Wanelwach as our moderator and all the respectable panelists, Mr. Eri, Mrs. Francisca, and Mrs. Dina for the insightful discussion. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are very close to the end of the event. But before we listen to the closing remarks, once again, allow me to say thank you to our sponsors, our main sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indika Energi Tbk, Sinarbas, our brand sponsors, April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, PT Indonesia Financial Group, PT Pertamina, Indofood, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, Telkom Indonesia, PT Sawit Sumber Basarana Tbk, and our knowledge partner, Ernst & Young Indonesia. Network partners, Business at OECD, Basel Institute on Governance, International Chamber of Commerce, International Federation of Accountants, the Institute of Internal Auditors, World Economic Forum, in collaboration with the Institute of Indonesian Chartered Accountants, or IAI, the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, Basel Institute on Governance. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of our event, but before we conclude today's event, we would like to hear the closing remarks, which will also be the conclusion of the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force. We are having a lot of insights, discussions, and also following the panel sessions. Now it's time to wrap up the whole dialogue that we have today by hearing the closing remarks by Mr. Haryanto Budiman. Please come back once again to the stage and please welcome Mr. Haryanto Budiman.
Good evening, everyone. As we are reaching the end of this side event, I hope everyone is now getting more familiar and aware of how collective action can have massive contribution in combating integrity risk. Please allow me to highlight a few key points. On business-to-business collaboration, B2B knowledge and experience sharing are important to make business players more prepared to survive any supply chain disruption and harsher economic climate without compromising their ability to mitigate the integrity risk. On business-to-business collaboration, B2G information exchange is required to maintain business integrity, transparency, and compliance with the established laws and regulation, including to effectively manage the bad actors and fraudulent parties that exploit the emergency situations or causing integrity risks to emerge. On public-private entities collaboration, such activity between these entities could act as an effective gatekeeper mechanism, effectively harnessing gatekeeper potentials to combat illicit financial flows presents an opportunity to reduce the massive cost of corrupt behavior and capitalize on the efficiency of fair market. All in all, the bad actors undoubtedly would commit the illegal acts together. We cannot, therefore, fight the illegal acts and maintain integrity in actions only by ourselves. There is a need for strong local and international collaboration and also cooperation between government, business, and civil society to achieve a better future for us all. As I bring my closing remark to an end, I would like to express my gratitude to our speakers and panelists today. Many thanks for sharing your valuable insights. All participants who attend this event online and offline, Kadin Indonesia, Kadin Jawa Barat, IAI, UNDP, UNODC, and the Basel Institute on Governance for facilitating today's event, IFAC, ISSB Board, ICC Indonesia, IGCN, and ICAEW for organizing successful previous site events, Ernst & Young Indonesia as our knowledge partner, and our network partners that consist of Business at OECD, the International Chamber of Commerce, the Institute of Internal Auditors, and the World Economic Forum for their continued support to the task force since the inception, all of the committee members for organizing and ensuring a smooth running event, and last but not least, to my core team, who has worked really hard since the beginning of this process to support me on this important initiative. This event marks another milestone in our year-long timeline. As Ibu Sinta mentioned at the beginning, I hope many of you can participate in the upcoming B20 Summit on the 13th and 14th of November 2022 in Bali. Thank you again for attending the event today and look forward to seeing many of you in the November Summit. Good evening and thank you very much.
Again, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Haryanto Budiman. Very insightful closing remarks for today. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, we had the opportunity to listen to thoughtful discussions and very insightful speech from our speakers, our respectable speakers for today, and the closing remarks from Mr. Haryanto Budiman wrap up our event today. On behalf of from the committee, we would like to thank to all of our guests and speakers for attending this event. It has been a very fruitful deliberations. Thank you so much for your attendance here. Please give a big round of applause, everyone, for today's event. I am Masayu Putri, and thank you. See you on the next event. Have a good rest. Selamat malam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampai jumpa. Thank you so much for our guests, our respectable speakers, moderators, panelists for today. Have a good rest and enjoy Bandung. If you still have like 1 or 2 days from now to exploring the beautiful city of Bandung. Once again, see you on